Preparing to live stream the meeting. Okay, so we're going to start this meeting understanding the basic principles of TACT internal foot mapping. This is anatomical mapping. This is, even though we will be drawing on the outside of the capsule, what I want to show you is how this is only to get you in the general vicinity when you trim. Like, it's not cookie cutter exact, you're going to have to learn what the true foot of the horse is, because the true foot of the horse is the inner foot. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to talk about the inner foot. We're going to look at some pictures, and then I'm going to show you some inner feet here. Just a second here. Gotta find where I'm at. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Let me pin this. There we go. Okay, so first thing I'm just gonna go through some general pictures of a good foot and a not so good foot. And I'll tell you the story here first about how I started doing this by accident. Okay, let me get some feet up here first though. Hold on. Let's see. Got to open a file. Where am I at here? Pictures. And go. Working on it. I hope this computer stays running for me. There we go. Okay, let me share just a second here. Okay. Okay, where are you at, Zoom? Share. Well, where is it? Oh. Hold on. It's not wanting to show the picture I had up. Just a second. Okay, share. There we go. Okay, so this is the internal foot off of a horse that did not have, it had really good heels, and so therefore did not have any major foot distortion. And so what this kind of anatomical mapping is, we are actually mapping the foot to try to start to get everything within boundaries of what's on the inner foot. This is what grows the capsule, which is the inner foot. It is a whole foot covered with skin. What you're looking at here is just skin. Now, they make this mistake by calling it corium. In that, in their heads, it's not skin, it's just tissue. And I'm going to show you something I found out really interesting, which I had kind of been seeing it. When they don't take this as skin, they don't see it as a container. You know, the skin on your foot is a container in and of itself. It is also part of the largest organ that is on your body. And so I really believe that more study and more thought has to be put into the fact that this covering on this foot is skin. It is part of the largest organ of the horse. And so in and of itself, it has properties that contain the foot and keep the shape of the foot. Now, only about 2/3 of this foot, if that, is bone. All of this back here is cartilage, and then underneath it is fat. So all of this has to be supported in a specific manner by the heel buttresses and up off the ground so that it can maintain its shape. Well, it has to, these buttresses that grow right here and connect to the back of the heel, They have to be at least usually 2 inches high, because just from the back of the hairline to the end of the heel right here is already about an inch. So then you would want your heel to grow at least another inch so that you could have at least maybe an inch of sole, see, to protect the bottom of the foot. On top of that, what these buttresses do that grow from the back of here is they hold the back of the foot up so that the frog can grow to its ultimate thickness. And what you're going to find is the frog does not work by being pounded on the ground. Rather, what happens is that frog, the way it's built, when the pastern descends onto the digital cushion, then the digital cushion descends onto the frog. It pushes the frog down, but as soon as that digital cushion starts pushing on that frog from inside the foot, that frog, because of its material, and look right here, there's an arch right there where the frog stay is. That means that as soon as something starts pushing down on that, it is immediately offering resistance and pushing up. And so this works as a spring. And so if you're lowering the heels so that that frog is just boom on the ground, you're not going to have the suspension that the horse is supposed to have. You're going to wear the frog out. If I can take the frog off with my little Proxon grinder in less than a minute, what is it like for a horse that his frog is just bare and being totally worn out every day by being dumped on the ground and forced on the ground? The horse was not meant to walk on this thing here. Okay. The frog grows on this to offer um, an external rubberized form of suspension from the digital cushion pressing down. Of course, I got videos on that, on how the frog really works and how it's the pressure coming down and pressing down on that rubbery frog. The frog is pushing up at the same time. That's how that works. So you can see that. But let's take a look at this foot. Again, this was a foot that did not have any distortions. The heels were not crushed. This is skin. I want you to see that your heels here have depth and form. So this, and what happens when you trim the heels out, it sets all the back of the foot at an angle going forward, and it crushes these heels that are cartilage flat and up into the foot. So we don't want that. We want to have a whole heel apparatus, heel buttress height, everything that conforms to and fits this foot so it won't deform. So let's see here. Okay, so here again, look at the shape and form of the heels. Now, you know, people are always saying, well, how high should the bars be? Are the bars support? I want you to look at this foot here, because this should start to tell you that it's okay to trim those bars down so that they're not weight bearing. All right, look here, just a minute here. Let me get it annotate. Oops. Okay, now here's your sole going around here. Now here's your bar right here. Here's the back of the heel, the back of the internal heel. The buttress of the capsule that grows from it would be clear back here. Back here. So, and so here's your bars. They end right about here. Okay. And so now I want you to look at the shape of this foot, how it tapers down. See that? So the bars do not need to be any different shape than what the foot is. So once you add the capsule onto it, your wall would be out here higher, and then your bar wall would still be lower than your external wall out here. Again, look at the shape of the foot, how it comes down like this, and then here's your bar right here. So this tells you the true shape of what the capsule is supposed to look like as well. Now, right here is, just a minute here. Right here, again, is the sole that comes around here. It's kind of crushed right there where I removed the capsule. But this is supposed to be tapered. It will be fuller right in here. You'll have a more of a, well, actually, you're going to have a sole ridge around this whole thing that's like this, a convex sole ridge, like so, right there. And then it goes concave right here. But anyway, I wanted you to look at this so that you know that it's okay to trim that bar down. It does not have to be above the sole. It doesn't have to be the same height as the wall on the outside. In fact, it should not be. Now, if everything is trimmed right, you notice that the shape of this being like this, what does that do? That pushes the heels apart. Somebody isn't muted. You want to check yourself there? Just a minute here. I'll check. Oh, they got themselves. Thank you. Okay. So we want to learn the form of this foot and then see how the capsule is to mirror that to quite a degree. Okay, so let me undo that. Going here. Now, notice how your heels are higher than your frog and higher than your bulbs. This is a bulb here. Now, usually this part would be connected there, but at that time, I was still working on trying to figure out how to take these hoof capsules off. And so when I cut the periopal, which I don't have to do that anymore. Now I know how just to get the periopal loose and take the whole thing off like a shoe. Okay, so this skin, you got to realize that this is attached to this skin here. And so what you see here is you see that the heel, the internal heel, is higher than the frog right here. You see that? It shouldn't be any different on the hoof capsule. The frog should not be forced into weight bearing. Because then what happens is you start determining heel height by how much frog padding has grown here. And so then, because frog padding is not meant to just be pounded on the ground and worn away, what happens is you get less and less frog, and then you take down more and more heel. And as you do these, at the actual true heel of the horse here gets first of all bent forward and crushed up into the foot. And then another thing that happens too, this frog, it also gets crushed up into the foot. See, I couldn't figure that out, what was happening to my horse when I was going through this stage where the frog was starting to look weird and doing weird things. Well, it was starting to plump up back out of the foot from where it had been forced up in. See? And here's the thing. I barefoot trimmed, and of course, I documented it all, and they can't say, well, she didn't do it right. Okay. Because I've got 18 years, well, 20 years this year, 2006. 20 years of videos from 2006 through 2014 uh, doing barefoot trims. See? So you can't say I didn't do it right because I documented everything I did. And while at first my horse seemed to get better, then he went the other way. Now, and then of course you're in this situation, and of course you've been told, well, it's transition, you know, and but I knew it had to be something I was doing. So I kept searching. And eventually I came to realize, oh, we've been led to trim the heels out of our horse. Oh, well, come to find out, this is some big historical thing that started in 1754 by a guy named Lafosse that come up with the bright idea that, hey, we're making all these paved streets now and the horses are slipping. Hey, well, let's just cut the heels out so they'll walk on their frog, and their frog is a natural traction device. And so then the vet schools open and they adopted that, and here we are. And it's no different in barefoot trimming. They're doing the same thing, trimming the heels out to force the horse to walk on his frog. And as I said, I got several videos that show you how the frog really works. From pressure down, pushing down, which makes the frog push down while giving resistance going up, pushing up. See your digital cushion's right in here. And when that pastern descends onto this digital cushion and pushes on this, well, look at it. Does that look what it does? It causes these to widen out, but it's got this frog material on it that's like rubber. It's like pushing on a tire. You push on a tire or a hard piece of rubber, what's that rubber do? It's going to push back, right? So it's the suspension system here. And when you trim the heels so that that frog is even well, so trimming the heels out that it's almost the frog alone that's bearing weight. I see these pictures all over Facebook all the time because this is a historical error that has been taught, and I am not the only one to come up with it. The book Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care that came out in 1977. Those two men, Dr. Niles Van Heusen and Jim Miller, who's a farrier, they worked for 12 years on over 300 case studies, and they had like 9 pages in the book about the falseness of the frog pressure doctrine and how it was destroying horses. These guys put horses back to work. Now, there's a whole story behind that we won't get into as to what happened to that book, how somebody come along and subverted it and brought us back into trimming the heels out. But the point I want you to see is here, look, this is your horse's heels. What you deal with on the outside is just a shoe. And that shoe has to be form fitted to this foot, because if it isn't, then it will pull the foot into a deformed, distorted position. And then when the foot is deformed, if your foot is deformed, does it function correctly? No, it doesn't, does it? And so this is why we map to to well, first of all, we understand the internal foot, and then we map to try and bring the different parts of the capsule back into alignment, grow what needs to be grown, remove what needs to be removed, kind of a back and forth deal a lot of times to restore the capsule to the foot and to restore whatever is deformed. Now, there's some things you may not be able to change, like if your coffin bone has really deformed or worn away in different spots and stuff like that. But I'll tell you what, the back of this foot, I have found out you can restore it, even if the horse has had his heels trimmed out for years. In most cases. Okay. All right. So let me go back here. Okay. So again, I did this so you could see how your heels have depth. It's kind of blurry. And how you can see now, when we say the frog should be up off the ground, we don't mean, 2 feet off the ground, right? Okay, we mean that it should still have some room to be able for that digital cushion here to press down on the frog here, and for this to press down that way just enough to so that these part out a little bit. And what they do is then they're pushing back. See, it's like you've seen a horse step. It's like that quick, that quick. Okay, let's see what else we got here. So this is that same foot, but it dried out here. And actually, I've got it over here. I'll show it to you. I've got it preserved over here in liquid as well. And this horse had very little hoof distortion. The worst place she had hoof distortion was in the toe quarters, which you'll see on this foot when I take it out. But again, look at the angle of the foot going down. Same here. Okay. This horse was not bearing weight on its bars. The bars were a little over, like you can tell, they were had grown and overlaid there, laid over and stuff. But this horse was trimmed by a farrier. But look at the nice thick walls, people. See, she had a nice tight white line, and she had very thick, even walls and very healthy frog. There were some things that could have been done to this capsule to make it even better. But she had, look at her toe. She ain't got no divots in her toe. Her toe ain't flat, or worn away like most horses and most dissections. You'll see they got an issue in the toe, what they call lacrina and stuff, where there's a little divot there. That's from trimming the heels out because it puts pressure on the toe. How does it put pressure on the toe? Well, when you trim the heels out, look, this capsule fit the foot. This capsule was the same size as the foot. When you continually lower the heel, it makes the capsule smaller. And so it takes all this anatomy here and it starts twisting it around. First of all, it takes the heels, it takes this. Look at how this is one continuous piece of skin. May grow different things, but it's one continuous piece of skin. Again, it's part of the largest organ on the horse. So when you trim the heels out, the buttress that grows right here, this area, it starts to turn in like this. Well, there's already something here, right? So when this here starts to turn in like this, then it takes all this and it starts shoving the whole frog forward under the foot. And I'll show you here in a bit, a horse that I trimmed for about 6 months. And then now I know that horse had perfect feet. Somehow he'd escaped, bad, incorrect farriery but he didn't escape my barefoot trimming, as you will see. I will show you what happened to him. And anyway, he got colic and died, and so the lady let me have his feet. And what I did, I at that time I wasn't preserving feet, and so I took plaster casts of the feet. And then years later, looking at the plaster casts and looking at the pictures, I saw where my trimming had started to distort the back of his foot. And here's another thing that happens. When these heel buttresses when the heel here starts curling in like this and coming forward, and the heel starts bending forward, what happens is this bar here, it bends it right up into the foot, bends the bar. Look at this. You can imagine how sensitive all this is, right? Okay, so if I have a bar that's attached to this, the hoof wall, and it's bent up into this part of the foot, what must that feel like? Because when you trim those heels out, first of all, this area here is being forced down like it's got vice grips or pliers on it. Meanwhile, the bar here is being detached from right here and is being bent up into the foot. So this is being pulled down and that's being bent up. And you're going to see this on this foot I'm going to show you here in a minute. So all in all, this mare had a really, really good foot. Now, there were some things that could have changed, but irregardless of some of the slight distortions and different things that went on with the hoof capsule, it did not really affect her inner foot. And one way you can tell is by looking at the frog right here. You see how straight, I call this the frog lips. Maybe they have another name for it. I don't know. But here's where I call it the frog lips right here. Now in here, which they call the central sulcus, well, that's where your frog stay grows. Big, thick chunk of frog there. And so one thing you look for is you look for a frog that is straight like this, because what happens when this part of the foot gets curled and it's like this whole thing is just curling around this way, pushing the frog forward. Well, what happens is then this part here that's like this, it will push forward and go out like that. See? It's being pushed forward. Now, sometimes they'll push together and become very contracted, but most of the time they'll push wide like this. See how that is there? Be like this. See, I got pictures showing that because you can see it when you trim down the frog to the innermost layer of frog, not blood, okay? The frog at the innermost layer is almost clear, and you can actually see the pink skin of the frog corium. You have to learn the different layers of the frog and the different colors they are, how they'll go from clear to white to then darker. Okay, so what I saw in my horse was that as I restored the heels and all this unrolled, my frog came back to being like this, straight again. See? In fact, the whole frog came back, and that's what you want. You want your whole frog to be restored to the back of the foot back here. Okay, so let me clear that out somehow, some way. Okay, just a second here. Okay, so these bulbs were not meant to be on the ground. They were meant to have, now even this horse here, these bulbs are still, in my opinion, too low. They were still pulled down some and the frog pulled under the foot some, but her inner foot was still not enough to distort and deform her inner foot. And you can see right here on the toe quarters, here's where this would be where your toe quarter is, what they call the pillars. I don't like to call it the pillars because I don't think they're weight bearing like they do. And I can show you reasons why that is. Um, but here, if this capsule was correct, this would slightly go down here like that. Instead, it's pushed up. And you'll see when I show you this capsule how that farrier left the toe quarters high, because you'll see how they're distorted. Okay, so this gives you an idea of how smooth the internal capsule is and how it's to form fit. They call this the commissures right here. And then back here, over here is the collateral groove exits. But this is the internal part of the commissure. And so you can see this bar was not bent up into the foot. See, this form fitted this sensitive part of her foot here. So again, let's look at that. Okay, now uh, you'll see different capsules where this part will be very bent up into the foot. But so we're wanting our capsule to form fit the foot so that the foot functions correctly. The back of this foot cannot maintain its shape by itself. It has to have a specific configuration of the back of this foot. Okay. Okay, and of course, here's your frog stay. What do you think happens when that's like rubber? What do you think happens when you press down on that? First of all, it's hard to press it down. It will press down and it's rubber y, but it's hard to press down. So that's what I'm talking about. When the digital cushion on the foot presses down onto this area, okay, it's offering resistance pushing up to where if you just cut your heels out until you've jammed your frog on the ground, there's no give in this. Therefore, it can't push back up. So anyway, there's her foot again. And let me see if there's anything else I need to tell you about that foot. Well, okay, so we're going to talk about this now. So measuring the internal foot of this horse. Now you're going to be surprised at how similar certain things are on these horses, even when the feet are different sizes. Okay, so this was an average size saddle horse, about 15 hands. And so when we look at the distance from where the hairline would be up here, probably right in the middle here, because since I cut it, the skin fell that way and the foot went that way. So really it'd be about 1 1/8 inch, right about there. Now I was taught to trim the heels to 1 1/8 inch to trim them right below the periopals flap. What do you think that was doing? See there, when the foot itself with no sole yet is already 1 1/8 inch. You see, this disproves that theory of how they're trimming the heels to the periopal flap, trimming the heels to frog height. Okay. Um, and so you do that, what happens is you start crushing these heels up into the foot. Okay. So this anatomical mapping, even though we're drawing on the outside of the capsule, because we have to, of course, because we can't take the hoof capsule off, is based on the internal foot. You know, the frog, the bars, they've all got certain things that are common to them, just like a human foot, covered with skin. You got to remember that. This is a foot that is covered with skin. Of course, I've separated this skin. This skin grows the hair, but this is the same skin, but it grows the hoof capsule. All of it's keratin. Okay, that isn't what I wanted to do. Okay. Okay, so here I'm measuring the heels. That heel could have been a little higher. And you can see on this heel too, I guess her heel was a little bit crushed forward. She could have had more heel. We'll look at it. We'll look at it again here. Yeah. See, this is pulled down more than it should be, which I could tell that by looking at the hoof capsule. Okay, so the back of her foot was pulled down some, and the heel was crushed forward some. But when they have even less heel than that, this heel can get crushed totally flat. Now, here's something you need to see though. She still had what I don't know, somebody can name it, but here's your coronary band. Sorry, it's blurry. The heel buttress, okay, grows down along the heel here. Okay, here is the back of the coronary band. That's where your heel buttress grows. Right there, this big chunk of wall that is there to stabilize the whole wall of the horse. And that's why you see these horses, their hoof caps will almost look like they're melting because the heels are trimmed out and there's no stabilization there. Now you're looking at this foot, and if you've been around barefoot trimming, you know that they teach a 30-degree hairline like that, right? Okay, but if we were to stand this, first thing you got to know, when you take these feet out of the hoof capsule, the back of the foot falls down because the only thing that stabilizes the whole back of this foot here is the heel buttress. And so now if we were to have a heel buttress here, then we'd have, this much sole. And then if we were to stand the foot up, you wouldn't see a hairline like this. See, that's a thing too, because people take the hoof capsule off and they don't realize the back of the foot falls down. So they would look at this and not realize, well, don't you need some sole down here? See there? So then your heel, if you were to add your heel onto there, well, that's not very good. But anyway, you see what I'm saying? That's going to pick the back of that foot up more. Okay, let's get out of there. Okay. Oh, that's a better picture. That's a better picture. Let me get forward because I want to show you. Okay, well, let's go back to here. Okay, so this is just showing not that you measure the frog, but that you want your bars to be straight. Although I don't do bars like this anymore. Now I cross it over to here like that, and I found that works better. So anyway, the fact of the matter is that all this mapping is based on the internal foot, and where the external parts of the capsule should be basically generally the boundaries of different things: boundary of the toe, boundary of the bar, boundary of the frog. If the heels don't have a certain height, you need to grow heels to lift the back of the foot up, because when you trim the heels out, the foot is going to lift itself up anyway, and then it's going to take the side wall on the side that was in front of the heels and it's going to wrap it around behind the foot, and you won't even know it happened. It's going to make its own heel. So I've done a lot of measuring just in general, just to see what it was on the foot, what it was on the capsule, if it was a decent capsule. See there, like what is it from the toe, from the true apex of the frog, which would be right here, to where the toe rests internally? Well, how about that? It's 1 inch. And so what we do, we go to at least 1.5 inches for where the white line would be if there was hoof wall growth. And then once you have the wall in there too, the sole and the wall all together from the true apex of the frog should be at least 2 inches on a horse this size. And then measuring, what's the measurement internally where your heel fits into here? See, measure that and then measure the heel. So I've just done a lot of looking, you know. So I was going to tell you the story about this. So when I was first looking for answers for my horse and trying to study the anatomy and understand it, I never set out to think anybody was wrong. I thought they knew the anatomy, but I didn't know what I was doing. And so I assumed that they removed the hoof capsules all the time. I assumed that just must be something they did every time. And so I started learning how to try to take these hoof capsules off. I did all kinds of crazy things like I put it into between two fence posts I stuck in the ground, and then I'd tie a chain to it to try and jerk it off. It actually worked a couple times. Finally, I figured out, well, you just soak them long enough, you can pull them out. The thing is, it's kind of nasty. They can get pretty rotten, you know. And so I got some videos where I'm got internal feet like that, and you can tell they're pretty rotten. I got flies flying around and stuff. And so then a lot of times I didn't want them to dry out, so I'd put them in water. And I started noticing that it wouldn't take very long and all the blood was out of them. And then they would be this color. And then I started noticing, like, I had a number of different feet and they would dry out. Some of them look like rawhide, some of them look like leather, depending on what I bedded them in or soaked them in or whatever. And so I come up with this idea, oh, well, this stuff is just skin. And I thought, if I can skin the skin off the leg, like I've taken the skin off of this leg, you can see it right there. If I can skin the leg, then I can skin the foot if it's really skin. And so I did that. And that's when I realized that this is just the same continuation of skin that you got on the leg, but it's a specialized skin that grows the capsule. And the thing about it is, once you soak it and you get the blood out of it, that's when you really start to see that that's all it is. And so, because it's skin, it's a container. And so, if you don't realize it's a container, then you're missing all kinds of understanding and principles about the foot itself. Not only that, but what happens is, because they don't realize that this is the main container for the foot, then when they do remove this tissue, as they call it, then they misunderstand what's going on the internal anatomy. Like, for one thing, most of the time, they're looking at these feet as if the foot ends right here, when in reality, this cartilage, this lateral cartilage, goes clear up here and clear down into your heel. And I have a book here. Who's it by? It's called Horseshoeing by Doug Butler. Okay, and he's got pictures of anatomy in here. He's got some pictures of the lateral cartilage, and his anatomical drawings of the lateral cartilage are incorrect because he doesn't have them forming the heel. Because when the skin is on it, the skin pulls that right. You're going to see it. I'll show you here on a foot I have. The skin pulls that cartilage right down and makes it part of the heel itself. And so in those drawings, you don't see that. Okay. So anyway, this is when I started figuring that this is the foot of the horse. This is the real foot of the horse. This part here. And the foot extends up above the hairline, the whole foot. And so this is what we're mapping. Now, this was a foot that was deformed. This foot was barefoot trimmed for many, many years, and the horse was finally put down for what the vet called shredded tendons. Okay, well, maybe that wasn't the foot. Oh, here's the foot. Right here. That wasn't the foot. This is the good foot. Sorry about that. Was this foot right here. Now, this was a gelding, and this horse's foot was actually should have been bigger than the mare we were just looking at. But instead, it was smaller because it was so compressed into a tiny hoof capsule. And you're going to see the effects of what cramming these feet into a little hoof capsule does. There's me taking the hoof capsule off. You're going to see that the frog is going to have a different shape and form than on the foot we just looked at. And okay, right here, look at that. Because of the pressure of forcing that foot into a smaller capsule, it put this divot in the toe and it deformed the foot. It made one side wider than the other. It deformed the coffin bone. See there? Now, this frog is pushed and jammed forward in the foot. And too small a capsule. This is what too small a capsule does. And again, so the foot couldn't operate correctly, didn't have the right suspension system. And so the deep digital flexor tendon had to work overtime to try and do everything. And it just wasted his tendons.
Sorry,
See,
Linda.
yeah,
Linda, sorry. Speaking about this point of the hoof, the
yeah,
crena, how do you call it?
Karina,
We
yeah.
had a, we had a discussion on the group,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a lady who answered. I answered exactly what you are saying now, and she asked me, "So how come wild horses were found?"
Oops, what happened? You got kicked off. Well, when she comes back, we're gonna have her finish that thought. So she's probably saying, well, how come wild horses were found with some carinas? Well, let's say there's a drought and wild horse has to travel too much and he wears his heels out. Guess what it's going to do? It's going to reduce the size of his hoof capsule. It's going to push all the anatomy in the back up forward into the coffin joint, which is going to make the toe rotate down and put pressure on the toe on the sole. So that's going to wear the toe out. But you're not going to see that as much as you see it where we're purposely taking down the heels all the time and forcing this on the horse. Dang. Okay, can you see that this foot is different than that other foot? That this foot is deformed? But let's say we have the hoof capsule on it. Guess what? People are going to look at this part here. And they're going to say, oh, look, the horse is building up his digital cushion. You know why they think they're building up the digital cushion? Because they're taking this foot and they're cramming it into a smaller and smaller and smaller capsule, and it's making the back of the foot bulge out as this happens, and it's mistaken for growth. But this is what they're doing to those feet, every single one of them. Now, this person that I got this foot from was trained by Strasser and Jackson. Yeah, see, that is, look how it's forced. Look how it's forced this part of the foot forward. It's forced the heel up and it's pulled the back of the foot down and forced the frog down. Because this is a real frog here. This part here. They're not meant to walk on that. Oh, okay. Yep, crammed into a too small a shoe. That's really all it is. Crammed into too small a shoe. And this was like I say, this was a much bigger boned horse, but this foot is deformed due to barefoot, due to incorrect barefoot trimming, which is the standard. Trimming the heels out to look like a certain model that has been put forth as the ideal. But guess what? There are so many wild horse advocates and wild horse photographers now. Okay. We have 1,000 photos of horses with heels. See how his hairline and bulbs were just practically on the ground there. So this is going on in all these feet. Okay, look at the back of this. Now remember the shape of this. Okay, because this is the shape they are saying they are building the digital cushion. And okay, remember when I showed you the other foot that had the protractor on it? Look at the heels here, how they're below the frog now. The back of the foot in here has been forced down. The foot will be bent as well, and the heels are crushed up into the foot. And the imbalance. See, it has literally twisted and deformed the internal foot. Yeah. Oh, but look at that nice wide frog. But that's a deformed frog. That frog has been forced to be wide. Sometimes, like this is one shape the foot takes on where everything shoved forward and went wide. A lot of times, and most of the time, instead, it will curl in and look almost normal, or it will contract. And the lamina, too, the lamina was very different. This is an inverted frog stay. By that I mean that the actual frog stay has been twisted and forced under the foot. Okay, so, but you see how you can come to understand this inner foot, and you can come to understand different things so that you can map the external capsule so that uh it could help you determine where and how to trim, doing maintenance and corrective trimming. Mostly in TACT, we do corrective trimming because all of us have come from this state where um, either we've been through the ringer, through the farriers, through the traditional farriers, through the barefoot trimmers, even through the equine podiatrists, and then ourselves doing as good a bad a job. Okay. Anyway, okay, so I'm showing, okay, so this is the other foot that was actually the good foot. And remember, I told you that it had issues in the toe quarters. And this is why you have to learn how to shape the capsule to the foot so that your foot isn't round. And here's the thing that we also want to pay attention to, and that is what we call the horizontal, or what is it? The vertical horn tubules and the horizontal growth rings. Like here, if you look on this foot, now this mare broke her leg, so maybe this is why, because the toe quarters definitely weren't fitting her foot. And so when you see this, you see, when you see a growth ring that goes like this, that's not how it should look. If you look up here and instead, like this is kind of even here, it should actually go down like this. Not as bad on this side. And then your growth rings are going to be about like so. Say this one here should have gone like so. And so when you look at your foot in the front, these growth thing rings should be like this. And so what happens is when you leave the toe quarter high, it jams up and pushes the wall up like this. And eventually it'll jam all the way up into the coronary band and raise the hairline here. So we learned how to read the vertical horn tubules and the horizontal growth rings to see what's going on, to see, am I trimming the toe quarters correctly? If I come and I see, and you can see how it cracked, this led to pressure and cracking in the wall on this horse. She didn't have shoes on. This is all from him leaving these toe quarters high, but it had not as yet affected or deformed the internal foot. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to show you some real feet here. And one of them is this foot here. Um, now, now, if you want to do a dissection and you want to learn how to take a hoof capsule off and preserve the foot, I can give you a recipe for how to do that. Of liquid, I use alcohol and glycerin and propylene glycol and peroxide and water. Okay, just a second here. Let me get set up. Get some gloves on. Okay. So again, this is not a hoof map. This is anatomical mapping of the internal foot on the external capsule, trying to figure out where everything is and what we need to trim and boundaries that we need to make so that we can bring that capsule back into alignment so that it will support and protect and function properly with the internal foot. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, stop share. Forgot how to stop. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see. All right. Okay, so the first one I'm going to show you is that mare's foot we were just looking at. Got to let it drain a little bit. Okay. So, this stuff also preserves the capsule. Now, when you look at this capsule, you can tell that whoever trimmed this horse, now he did leave some heel, but he left too much toe quarter as well, which would have pulled the whole side of the foot forward here. Okay, so if I was to take and rasp this down, eventually it would rasp down to the shape of the foot. We're going to look at the shape of the capsule and the shape of the foot. And again, she didn't have that bad of feet, but of course, I better move this other deal before I jam into it, knock it off. So we're going to take this off. Again, look at that. Comes off just like a shoe. And this is what happens in laminitis too. When the mechanics of the foot cause the hoof capsule to dislodge, but the capsule and the foot are still attached together, what you'll see is the skin here will grow all up in here. And as the foot is pulling out of the capsule, the skin keeps growing here. You'll see that a lot of times in laminitis. Well, now you can imagine what went on in the toe in this capsule here if the foot was coming out of the capsule like that. But okay, let's do this here. Again, it's just a shoe on a foot. And just like the skin here grows the hair, now this hair was shaved. So it's still kind of on there. But kind of what I do now is I soak them long enough to where the hair just comes off smooth and you just got the smooth skin. So this is the skin of the foot, and it is the same skin right here that's growing the hair. And it is a container in and of itself that gives the foot its shape and form. And so we want this capsule to fit this foot. Now, let's look at this. Look how the heels are higher than the frog, right? Not a lot, not a lot. Like you don't want heels this long and this much frog. You would still want some healthy, good frog in there because you need that for the suspension and to protect the foot. And so look at the front of the capsule. See how he had a tendency to leave. And here's the thing, there are trims where they leave these toe quarters high because they believe that they're supposed to be, they call them pillars and they're supposed to bear weight. I don't believe that. I think that that was a misinterpretation of a wild horse study. Um, but anyway, that's what some people do. They leave that high, but that's what it winds up doing to the foot right there. Okay, can you see how this toe quarter is higher and how it round makes the toe look round? Now look, you see the difference in the shape of the foot to the shape of the capsule? You have to learn how to rasp down these toe quarters so that they are the shape of the foot there. All right, so I'm going to show you this other thing here. Okay, so boy, this is getting messed up here. Just a minute. Okay, this is another foot, different horse. And this is a foot. Okay, so what I want you to see here is how much of this foot is soft cartilage and fat, and why you have to have a specific configuration to the back of this foot for it to maintain its shape. Now, I know that this whatever we're having here, this hoof chat discussion, whatever, is supposed to be on hoof mapping. But hoof mapping is not about just, oh, well, I got a ruler and I'm going to draw these lines and trim this and that. Okay, it's not an easy way to trim. It's just a way to give you a ballpark idea of what to trim and where. But what makes it or breaks it will be your understanding of this foot. And one of the greatest understandings you can come to is the fact that 2/3, let's see, I wonder how much. Here's a, let's see, there's the, whatever you call it, P2, short pastern bone. Okay, look at all this. All of this is soft cartilage and fat. Look at that. Look at that. That's your heels. Look at they twist and turn and just about every other thing. So that is why you have to have a specific configuration to the back of this foot to fit of this capsule to support this foot so it will not deform and it will function properly. Now, this cartilage here, look at this lateral cartilage. That's your heel right there. See it? That's your heel. That and the skin covering it. Well, let's look at this side. There you go. Okay, now this is kind of smashed forward here. It wasn't originally, but because it's been setting down without a capsule on it like that, it smashed it forward like that. In reality, it would have uh more more of a shape like that to it. Um but what I want you to see is how this is the lateral cartilage or the ungual cartilage they call it. This is your heel. Okay? This your heel is cartilage right there. See? That is cartilage. All of that. Okay? But they don't show it like that in the anatomy books. You know why? Because they don't know this is skin and that this skin is what ultimately is forming the true shape of the heel. But then if you don't know that these heels crush up like this, you're going to look at this and think that you might think that was the way it was supposed to be. Well, that is not the way it's supposed to be. And I'm going to show you on this other foot here. See, but because, look at that, because it is so movable up and down and all around, there you go. Look how flexible that is. Okay, you think your horse is supposed to walk on that? No. See, because people don't know that, then they look at a deformed foot and then they make determinations in anatomy and they teach error. Okay, so I skinned this off of here because one day I was doing this dissection and I have videos of that. I should post them. I might have posted them. But anyway, I just thought, hey, well, I would look at feet like this. See, this one's dried out. Okay, so here's the skin and same skin as here. Difference is this grows the hoof capsule and this grows the hair right there, but it's still the one container, the largest organ of the horse. And so it's going to make a difference here. See, now look at what happened to the heel buttresses on this mare. This was, remember I told you, when this pulls in like this, what's it do to the frog lips here that are supposed to be straight? Let's see. Let's look at the difference here. See, this one was not deformed. This one was. Look at the where the heel buttresses would point to here, back towards you. Look at these heel buttresses. Where do they point? In towards each other. That's what happens when you keep lowering these heels. It creates a situation where you lower the heels, but the foot still wants to stand up. Okay. And so it's in that capsule and it's pulling up like that. And as it pulls up, it takes this sidewall that you've diminished by trimming the heels out and it literally pulls it around the side. And then the sidewall here becomes what you think is the heel. And as it does so, the capsule gets smaller and smaller. Now, you can look right here and you can see there's no nubbin there. There's no nubbin. Um, I'm trying to think. I showed you a foot back here where the heel buttress nubbin comes out like this, and then it grows that heel buttress from underneath it. Do I have more nubbin here? Yeah, right here. See the nubbin? See the nubbin back here? That's what the heel buttress grows from. From that right there, from underneath, it supports and pushes up the heel right here, attaches to the back of the heel. See the nubbin right here? See how this one don't have a nubbin? That's the technical term. The nubbin, the heel buttress nub, right there. Okay, there ain't one because it got turned around. There it is. We found it. Okay, so now what I've been doing to my horse that I deformed his feet for 8 years is I've been getting these. Let's see, I've been getting these like this to start moving back out like that. Okay, so look at that again. See, I suppose I could draw on this, but I don't want to. But it's pointed back towards me here, not in like that. And again, look at the different shape of the frog. See how these are a little rounded out on the side here? That's because when this pulled over this way, it pushed that frog up that way and it bent the frog lips. Okay? Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to show you this other foot off a standardbred that is a perfect foot on. It was a horse that self-trimmed for 5 years. Okay, so I'm going to put this back in her container along with this guy here. Give you another look at that again to see why there is a specific configuration to the back of this foot. You don't want your horse walking on his bulbs. You want a nice, good heel and hoof capsule to lift this up off the ground and give him a good old inch of sole ridge and lots of protection in the frog for the frog to work from the inside down, not the outside up. I say it's like uh, the whole frog pressure doctrine, lowering the heels till the frog is beaten on the ground. That's like beating your head against the wall and expecting your hair to grow. I do know some women that would try that. Oh, my hair to grow. Beat your head against the wall. Okay, so now I'm going to show you this guy. Okay, and he's wet. Okay, just a second here. Ah, gosh, he fell back in this bath. Yeah, okay, there we go. Just a second here. Now, this guy here, okay, self-trimmed. The only problem was that I left him setting in with his pastern down, so it kind of froze there. Let me dry him off. Now, again, look at how the skin on the foot is the same color as the skin on the leg. Now, what's amazing is how the blood soaks out of these feet. I mean, I've been trying to understand it more. It's like there's a blood supply that is strictly between the corium and the hoof capsule. And once you take that hoof capsule off, and then you soak the you soak them, and the blood just comes out so easily, and you don't see veins. But let me get the capsule. Here's a capsule of the self-trimming horse. Okay. Now look at this nice frog. Look at the frog lips. Look at how plump the frog is here. Um, Now he's self-trimmed, so of course he's going to be a little long in here and stuff like that. But it's interesting the way he self-trimmed. And of course, the bulbs are pulled down a little bit under the foot and stuff like that. But he did just fine for 5 years, all on his own. And let's look here at the foot. This is a beautiful foot. He has got no crina here in his toe. I've got a shadow. He's got no crina in his toe because there was no pressure. Because even though the back of the foot is kind of pulled down a little bit, um, everything basically was exactly right. Like here is the periopal skin. The periopal skin should not ever be any wider than that. Look at that. And then right under that, you have frog right here. Very healthy frog. And did you know that frog is also composed of tubules? You see them there? So, yep, he had a beautiful foot. Let's take a few measurements on this guy. He was a pretty good sized horse. He's probably about 16 hands. Let me get my little handy dandy where is it? There's my protractor. Okay. Oh, there it is. I've got a fancy hoof gauge, the black one. Okay, so let's just measure his dorsal wall. Because again, he's a big horse. So this horse here, good sized horse, has a 3-inch dorsal wall. And see, what I would like to do is figure out what size foot this guy really had because he had a good size, big old foot. And as you can see, let's see, let's see there. But here's something interesting. Let's measure from the true apex, which would have been right about there, to the end of the toe. What do you see there? 1.5 inches. How about that? Isn't that funny? Okay. Now, let's just take this old dead foot and see what we get. From about the true apex, right about there, it's about 1.25 inches. And see, because everything's all dried up, it would be about 1.5 inches. And this was a way smaller horse. I should have kept that other horse's feet out here. Let me move some stuff. Let's see what this horse was. This is a cement foot I made. Now, Gene Ovanik did a study. I haven't been able to find it again for a long time. Him and his son did a study on especially this part of the foot right here, and they found that almost regardless of the size of the horse, the distance from the true apex to the end of the coffin bone was the same. And they used a lot of different horses. So let's see. Okay, so this was done on a fresh foot that wasn't dried out. This is not as big a horse, and it is still 1.5 inches from the true apex of the frog, where it would be on the hoof capsule up here, slightly forward, to about where your white line should be. About. And again, you you want to uh you want to understand and know this anatomy and know why you're doing what you're doing and how these figures are general ballpark figures. Get you in the ballpark for your trim. So let's look at this. Look at the different size in the foot there. See? And yet look at the distance from the apex of the frog to the end of the toe. Pretty interesting, don't you think? Let's see. if we were to take these feet like this. Now, and here's another thing I have to tell you. In my opinion, there is nothing that is constant. Well, this is about as close to constant as you could get, that distance in the toe, but there's more to it than that even. Okay? There is nothing is permanent, absolute, constant on these feet that you can just absolutely depend on to make it easy for you to trim. Not the sole and the heels, not nothing. So let's just measure what this foot was. I can't remember which horse this foot was off of, but I'm going to measure the toe here. Okay. Well, this guy was 2 3/4. 2 3/4, and you are 3 inches. And you'll find that others will be what, well, this one's all dried out, but I've got some I've measured that were 2 3/4 or 2 1/4, 2 1/2. So you have different sizes of dorsal walls here. Okay. Um, Trying to think if there's something else we should look at here. Oh, well, look at here. Look at the nubbin. You see the nubbin back here? That's where the heel buttress grows from. Okay. And so that is a big triangular chunk of wall there that is then supported. That's why they call it a heel buttress, because it's a buttress on the wall here. This part here, the bar is connected into the back of the coffin bone here. And then you have this big triangular chunk of wall. And these two buttresses stabilize the whole wall, as well as they grow and they lift the frog off the ground, and they support the whole back of the foot up, up, up where it's supposed to be. And so then, if this buttress is supposed to support this up here, let me move that, support this up here like so. Let's see, we'll do that. There, that's the buttress. And then you lower it, you force the back of the foot down like that. See? If his buttress is supposed to be like that, look, that'd give me about an inch of sole under there. See there? And then I cut it off to there. It forces the back of the foot down. Well, what happens then? Then the back of the foot wants to pull back up, and as it does so, it takes this heel here and it wraps it around like so, just like it did on this horse here. This is my mare that I barefoot trimmed for 8 years. And you can see what it did to her nubbins, how it bent them around the back of her foot. And so she would have had false heels, as we call it. Okay. Well, let me put this guy back. Let me look here just for a minute, see if there's something else we want to look at. Man, this guy had the healthiest frog. I'm telling you. Healthy frog, healthy bars. Look how he trimmed his own bars. See, this part would have broke off. Look how he put notches in the side of his foot. And this is something we got to learn too. The correct way to do notches is because it follows a growth ring. Look, he's notched himself twice here. That's pretty cool. We can do that. I've been doing that. So he notched himself here, and then he re-notched himself there. And what that does is that then, by not just taking this off, leaving this as leverage to where it doesn't break off yet, he's it's putting pressure on the toe, pulling it forward, but it's putting pressure on the back of the foot to pull back like this. Almost the same motion as pulling a hoof capsule off, but because the internal foot is so stuck in there, then he's going to pull his own heel up like so. And so we see that on a lot of these horses, the self notching, the way they notch. Look at that. Again, how are they notching? They're coming back here to the heel. They're following the growth ring up. Well, yeah, following the growth ring up and then the horn tubule straight down like that. There's a notch. There's a double notch right there. Pretty awesome. And then once that foot gets stood back up, see, he's correcting his own foot. He's got that big heavy foot in here and it's pulling up this way because it's got a little leverage on the toe here and stuff. And then that'll straighten this heel right up. And then once that straightens up, well, then it break off one side here and break off one side there, and usually breaks off the center of the toe last. Okay, and we're gonna see this here. There we go. It's just a shoe, people. The shoe is temporary. The shoe that is here today on the horse by next year is gone. He's got a whole new capsule. This is temporal. This is permanent. And this is what we want to fit in here. And so if the foot has been deformed and we start regrowing the heels and the foot starts correcting, and if the heels have been turned in, we're getting them to come out like this, what'll happen eventually is um, if the internal foot has been deformed as well, in the back, this frog, as it grows and it moves back and pushes up, it will start pushing everything back into place. So, anyway, so there you have it. Okay. Well, okay, so I'm going to put him up. Maybe if I can get his capsule off. Ah, there we go. All right. Here, while I got it here, while I got this thing, I'll show you a couple other capsules. Again, this is temporary. Where is this one? Okay, I want to show you this one here so you can see. So you can see what it looks like with just the bars and where the sole would grow to there. Now this foot was highly contracted. This is Holly Burns's horse's Lana foot, and she trimmed her for 4 or 5 years, maybe longer. Since, well, I think I met her in 2017. And so she was really coming along with that mare when the mare had an accident and had to be put down. But um, you could see that she had good heel there. And look at this. I want you to see, like, people would look at this heel and they'd say, "Oh my goodness, the poor horse, he's probably standing on his toe." Well, I don't know. Does that look like he's really standing on his toe? See? Not really, right? Look at that. What he does have is she has heel buttresses that are lifting her foot up where it's supposed to be. See? Not standing on her toe. I don't know how to really show you that. Okay. There, so you can see what that looks like. Okay, now I'm going to show you one other thing here. Okay, let me see here. Gotta show you some pictures here first, so hold on. Pictures. Dum dum dum. We'll go to cartilage. Okay, well, let's see, share. Share. Okay, so I'm going to explain to you about this horse. Just a minute. Okay, so this is the same foot. Um, okay, so there's this little horse named Toby that I trimmed. It's been over 10 years ago when I was still trimming the heels out. Like if you're barefoot trimming, you don't know you're trimming the heels out, okay? So when we say trimming the heels out, they're like, we're not trimming the heels out. Um, you're actually trimming down the heel buttresses on a continual basis to try and match an ideal of a model that has been put in your head. With a 30-degree hairline, it's the barefoot model. It's all over the internet. Okay. Um, you can't just use one horse's foot as a model. And that's what they did with that foot. Um, and it was a rear foot to boot. So I know now that this horse had pretty much perfect foot. At the time, I didn't know that. Um, and so this is the foot when I first took it out of the capsule right here. Now look at the nubbin. Look at the nubbin. What do you see? The nubbin is pulled down behind the foot. This part of the nubbin grows the heel buttress. Now you're always talking about ooh, run forward heels and all that, right? Well, this horse did not originally have this going on. I'm going to show you on the capsule where you don't even know this is happening when it's happening. But look here, this would have grown a heel buttress like that. That's run forward, right? And so what happens is they just keep taking it down and taking it down. And as they're doing it, the whole back of the foot is curving down like this. Well, let's see here. What else is it doing? Look at the frog. This is the frog. When we looked at those pictures earlier of the frog on the good feet, the heels were above the frog. Meaning, here, just a minute. Let me turn it over for a second. I wonder if I can do that. Wait a second. Oops, wrong. Okay, let's look at it this way. Okay, so the frog here is supposed to be above the heel. And when we looked at them other pictures, the heel was above the frog, right? See, it gets a little confusing there. Okay, so this heel should be higher than the frog. But instead, the frog is higher than the heel. Why is that? Because as the heels were kept being lower, it was forcing the back of the foot down, forcing the back of this foot down. Well, since that nubbin is connected real close to the frog, remember it's all one covering of skin, right? And so, what's your own skin like? If you push on one piece of your skin, well, it shoves the rest of the skin over, right? So, so the back of the heel buttress nubbin there that grows the heel buttress was being pulled down and turned in, and it was pushing the frog up as well. And so, let me turn this back around. And so I didn't really know how to take off hoof capsules. I really didn't know how to take off hoof capsules. Hold on. Dog knew I was going to take that bone away from it, and she took off. I could hear her choking behind me, her. So I didn't really know how to take off hoof capsules. So I took it off in pieces. Like I got the frog off and then the capsule off, which I'm going to show you this capsule here in a minute. So I didn't know that the foot should not be shaped like this. And I could show you a picture that somebody just recently put out that is very famous and has a big hoof care conglomerate where they do major teaching and classes, and I mean the whole thing. And that person shows a foot like this as a normal good foot because that person doesn't know that the foot is deformed because there has been no study really on the back of this foot that I just showed you when I had those 2 feet out, how I've taken half of that foot out on the one side. And so because they look at it as tissue and it's not really skin, and they have not really studied the back of this to absolutely understand its true shape and form, then when they see a deformed foot, they do not know it's deformed, and then they make a determination and an interpretation and call it correct anatomy when it's really a deformed anatomy. You see that heel buttress nub in there? That thing's supposed to be straight out here, growing a support beam back here that supports the whole wall and lifts the back of the foot off the ground. Your horse wasn't meant to walk on that. So, anyway, so I did this dissection and I removed the hoof capsule in 2 pieces, the frog and the capsule. And then at that time, I didn't know how to preserve feet or what to do, but I just had this idea. I thought, well, I'm going to take salt and borax and I'm going to put it in a bunch of paper towels or something. And then I'm going to bed the foot in salt and borax overnight. And so I'm it might have been 1 or 2 days, can't remember. Just a minute. And so then a couple days later, I thought, okay, now I'm going to get the foot out. I'm going to take pictures. Well, the salt had caused stuff to kind of shrink up, but I didn't know this at the time. I want you to understand that everything I'm going to tell you here, I did not know for a couple more years. Till one day I had learned a whole bunch of other stuff in the meantime. And then one day I just happened to be looking at these pictures. The one at the top, I was looking at the picture here at the top. I had put these 2 pictures together, not the bottom ones. The bottom one is where I'm going to explain to you what happened. So, so the next day, I was taking pictures, had my little setup there. Look, it's all nice. I got the white background. All right, so I thought, hey, I'm going to take that frog and I'm going to set my foot on the frog. And I remember distinctly setting this foot on the frog and wondering why it no longer fit. Okay. All right. So a number of years go by. I learn about foot binding. I learn about how when we trim the heels out, it's making the capsule smaller, it's bending the foot. And then I see this picture again, and then it dawned on me what happened. The foot was deformed over here. The whole back of the foot had been pulled down by my barefoot trimming the heels down, for frog contact and back to the base of the frog. When I did this trim, I was still just pretty much, I think, taking the heels back to the base of the frog. But that takes them down and trims them out too. And so then I realized what had happened. The foot, look, we all eat chicken. We all have eaten a chicken breast, and where it's got that piece of cartilage right in the breastbone. Now that chicken is dead, right? But that breastbone still retains its shape. Like if I was to pull all the breast meat off, I had the whole breast and I got that piece of cartilage right on the end. I can bend it and it's going to snap back into place, right? Well, that's exactly what happened here. This is cartilage just like on the end of a chicken breastbone. It really belongs here, not there. And as you can see, here's what happened. When all this foot was being pulled down, well, it had the capsule and the frog on it. And so it was pulling the frog down and shoving the frog under the foot. Well, what did it do when it pulled the frog down and it shoved it under the foot? Look here. It bent. Where's my annotate? It bent the frog up into the foot like that. See it? See how the frog is bent? And if you start looking at these feet that they're barefoot trimming, that they think they're doing so good and they're getting all this concavity, it's a false concavity because they're pulling the whole back of the foot down. It's shoving the frog forward. Well, that frog has to go somewhere. And so it bends up into the foot. In fact, the whole foot can bend and produce a false concavity. See, these feet are so deceptive. And so then I thought to see if that's true. So I took the whole thing and I put it in paint. And then I just cut the frog out in paint, like so. Cut it out like so. And then I took the frog that does not fit this foot. You can tell it doesn't fit the foot anymore now that the cartilages have moved back up. I mean, look here. Look at the heel here. Okay, here's where the nubbin is. Pulled down, all this pulled down. Look at the back of the horse's heel here. So the heel buttress would be growing like this. Now it's gone back. Look at how the heel looks now. It's retained its shape. Okay, and the heel buttress would be growing like this now. See? You wouldn't have your run forward. This is how you get your run forward heels. They by trimming the heels down constantly changes the whole angle of the horn tubules, makes them run forward. So I put this in paint and I cut a frog out, and then I put it over here to see if it would fit, and it did. See, it'll fit this foot because this is the foot it grew from. So okay, so now I'm gonna uh show you the capsule off this foot. I'm gonna show you how when okay, you know what's attached to this heel buttress on the other side here? The bar. Okay, the bar. So what do you think happens when to the bar when the whole back of the foot is being twisted down and bent under? What do you think happens to the bar? I'm going to show you what happens to the bar. And I didn't understand that for quite a while either, because I trimmed half of the capsule on this foot because there was a bunch of flaky sole in the seat of the corn. So I just kept trimming it out until I got down to live sole plane, so to speak, okay, or hard sole plane, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to show you what was happening to the bar when these heels are being trimmed down to try and force this 30-degree hairline they got going on to try and force the foot to look like one dead wild horse's foot that died in a roundup that's walking on its bulbs. Of course, they don't know. See, here's another thing. They don't know that's bulbs. They've been taught the bulbs are the heels. See, it's all wrong interpretation from looking at deformed feet. And one of the first real researchers into hooves, which was Bracy Clark, he found out that he had been drawing conclusions on deformed feet as well. He said the eye soon gets used to deformity and does not perceive it. He says, this fact embarrassed me in all my first experiments, as it did also my predecessors. See, but he had the guts to admit it, that, hey, I made some wrong conclusions because I was looking at deformed feet and I didn't know it. Well, we got a whole section of people believing that these feet are supposed to be arched here, when in reality, that's distortion. That we can prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I'm not condemning them. I'm just saying that they're looking at deformed feet and they don't know it. And then they're drawing conclusions. And then from that, conclusions they draw on the anatomy, then they're developing trims on these feet that are actually forcing the foot into the distortion that they think is the true anatomy. Okay, so I'm going to show you this hoof capsule now, this minute here, and how dis the bar detached and bent up into the foot. How must that have felt? You're forcing the foot down like it's in a vise here. It's not like it can just release and go up. And then the bar, while you're forcing this down, the bar that's on the inside is being forced up into that sensitive part of the foot. Oh, caudal heel pain, hey? Let's see. All right. So let's see here. Stop share and go back to here. All right. So, okay. So this is that foot. Before I um figured out how to preserve the feet, like the ones I showed you, I started taking plaster casts like this. And so this is that foot, same foot. I'll show you here. See the nubbin? See how the nubbin's bent underneath? The coronary band is bent under. Okay, remember, it's supposed to be straight, go straight back like this. And then the frog here is supposed to be up in the foot. The heel's supposed to be uh you know higher than the frog. And so anyway, that's that foot right there. Now I want you to look here. Of course, this is, plaster and stuff. But so I wanted to trim the feet. And so uh, I started trimming, and there was a lot of flaky sole here, and it was really deep. And you can see here how the foot is bent, right? Oh, look at the arch. Hey, well, why is it arched? Because the whole back of the foot's being pulled down this way. Okay. And so what happens when you come in to trim? Oh, well, you're going to take the heel down to here, right here. Every time the foot gets curved down after your last trim, you took the heel way back to the base of the frog. You got rid of this nubbin here, and it seemed to flatten out the whole thing, gave you more ground space for your foot. And then what happened while you were gone? Well, the whole back of the foot was pulled down. And so that made that heel rise up like that. So that when you come the next time, well, guess what? You're just going to cut it off again and again and again until finally you've trimmed off the whole heel buttress. And this has been totally wrapped down under the foot. And eventually it'll start curving into the foot like that. So again, this is what's happening to the heel buttress. I don't know if you can really see that, but it's being pulled down. There you go. That's better. Yeah, it's not supposed to be down under like this. It's supposed to be clear up like this. All right, so now I'll show you the hoof capsule that came off of that. Now, for a long time, it was just in one piece, like so, like so. And then here a couple months ago, I took a saw and I sawed it in half because I really wanted people to be able to see what had happened to the bar. Okay, now here's the one piece, and I want you to look at the sole. Look at the sole in the seat of the corn, how oh chalky and flaky it is, right? So you would trim out all that. I would. You take out all that flaky sole and then take the heel down some more. See there? Take it off. Now, the only reason this thing seems arched is because we bent the foot and pulled the heel under. And so that's from trimming the heel buttress down. And so we're going to come back. We're going to clean out the sole here because what's happened is um, uh, the heel has bent down over what was live sole and choked it out. And so now it's become flaky sole. And so we'll clean it out and trim that heel down again. Eventually, we're going to trim down this whole heel buttress here. Now, I want you to look at this part of it. See how it's turning it in? Okay. It's not just pulling it down. Like when we look at this, let's see, get it up here. When we look at this, you can see that the coronary band is being pulled down. Okay. Heel buttresses aren't supposed to grow like that. They're supposed to be up here, and this part should be up here, and it should be growing like so. Well, as you trim it down and as it goes like this, you just keep trimming more and more and more of it until it finally wraps around and you haven't even got a real heel buttress anymore. It's sidewall that has become your heel, false heel. So look at that. Now I know this dried out, so it did turn a little, but this is actually what it was doing. It was literally turning in, but you don't even know it. You don't even know it's happening there. Now you can't really see what's going on with the bar there. Okay. But now you're going to see what happens for real. Now, again, some of this is from drying out, but the fact of the matter is that the heel gets pulled around like this. We've documented this for sure. This is absolutely what's happening. Now, when you look at the side of the foot, okay, what are you saying? You're saying this as the heel, basically. Okay, you don't realize that your heel buttress has been pulled around like so. Now I want to show you what it did to the bar. This is the bar. Let me get something to point with here. Okay, here's the bar. The bar is not supposed to be going up into the foot like that. You see this little space here? This is where the bar that was connected here went like this, went like this, up into the foot. This is hard, people. It's not soft. Um, Let me get this foot here to show you something. Here's what the bars are supposed to be like. Okay, look at that. See how smooth that is? And that fits right along the bottom of the foot, right in, right in this area here. This area here. See, it isn't a wedge that's pressing up right into the navicular bone. You know, it's and this is covered with a frog-like material too that is very soft. The commissures, the internal part of the commissures, right there. Trying to get it. Look how this bar is. See how it goes straight and it connects right in here. Okay, well that ain't what happened to this one. Just a minute. This one here di disconnected from here and it pulled up like that. Can you see that? How must that have felt in the bottom of that horse's foot? See, because again, what's happened here? You're trimming out the heel buttress and you're forcing the back of the foot down like it's in a vise, like in vice grips. Meanwhile, you're taking this bar that should have been like this and you're forcing it up into the bottom of his foot. This is happening to all these horses. It's all mechanical. It has to happen. It's physical law, it's structural law. Okay, now you can see. So let me ask you something. How deep do you think the collateral groove was on this horse? This is when I started saying, hey, you can't use collateral grooves to determine sole thickness because this collateral groove would have been really deep. But why? Because the bar was literally being forced instead of like this up into the foot like that as the heels were being trimmed out. Okay, and you can see it on this foot. You can see it where that bar was shoved up into the foot like that. Now, let me see. Yeah, yep, this was it. It was being shoved up into the bottom of that foot. You can see that this area is deeper than on either of the other feet I showed you that were where the tissue is still viable and soft. See, it's not supposed to be deep right there. So this would have been wedged right up into his foot, right up into his foot there. See that? All right. Well, how long have I been yapping? 5:30, 6:30, 7:30. 2 hours. Okay, so we've had 2 hours of anatomy. Now we're gonna I'm gonna show you some pictures. Um, we're gonna talk about uh, hoof mapping. Well, foot mapping. I want to call it foot mapping because this is not a hoof map because we're not trying to fit the capsule to bones. We're trying to restore the capsule and the support of the heel buttresses to a whole foot. See, and because this is another area where I think they have been horribly, horribly misled, and that is okay. Now, I told you the way I learned to do dissection was an accident. Okay. Why do I know it was an accident? Because they don't do them that way. If they do take the hoof capsule off, it's pretty just a bloody stump and they never take the blood out of it to really study it and really see the beauty of it and how it's just skin and it's a real foot in there. And if they do see the real foot, then to a degree they're looking at a deformed foot and they don't know it. Like they're looking at a foot where the nubbin, the heel buttress nubbin has been totally wrapped around the back of the foot and they're growing false heels. It's sidewall. That was in front of the heel buttress. It's not real heel buttress. Which they're like two pillars in the back of the foot. And so everything we do when we look at a foot, the first thing we look at is the lateral cartilage, the ungual cartilage is, which is okay. I've outlined it in white. We look at this part, this white part here, okay? Because look, when the heels get trimmed out and it pulls the coronary band, well, guess what? That's all attached. That's all part of the lateral cartilage, okay? And so what does it do? It pulls that cartilage down and rounds it out. And what we've learned is that now you kind of have to use your imagination, but just imagine if you could straighten this up. Wonder if I could, if you could straighten it up to where it was like this. Look how the nubbin is pulled below my finger there. See it? It's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be out like that. Okay. Now, what happens if I straighten this up here? it extends my cartilage here. It extends and lifts it. So one of the things we look at first is we get a good side view, good profile shot, not with most of the toe in it like that or like that, but a good, perfect side view. And then we're going to look at this cartilage because now we know what it's shaped like. See, I can show you some pictures of it. We know it's not supposed to be round. It's not supposed to be pulled down behind the foot. It's supposed to be pretty straight and pretty extended behind the foot here. See, it's going to make this foot at least this much bigger, like so, once this part's all straightened out and stuff. And so the first thing we look at is the part of the foot above the hairline. Not only this part, but we look at what's going on in front here too. Because what happens is, okay, now I want you to think about this. It's not like there wasn't something already here, right? There's foot here. There's other parts of the foot here. Everything in its place and a place for everything. And so what happens when we take this part of the foot that should be up here and we're shoving it, pulling it down and shoving it forward? What's happening? Well, it's shoving, it's taken, first of all, you got digital cushion. You see this, the digital cushion, here's your cartilages, they're rounded. And then on the inside, attached to them, is this fat digital cushion, which is like whale blubber, adipose tissue. And so it's very bouncy. Okay. It's like, have you ever eaten that people probably don't like this. You ever eaten that on a roast? There's always this piece of fat, gristly stuff you just can't chew up. It will not chew up, right? That's kind of what that's made out of right there. I mean, it has so much buoyancy and so much memory, you know, and so it's like whale blubber, this big fat chunk of whale blubber. And if you got any fat on your body, you know what happens when you push that fat in? What immediately happens when you push a piece of fat in? It pushes back, right? It wants to go right back to where it was. That's the digital cushion. The second this pastern descends down onto this digital cushion. When it does, these cartilages open up like that, and it descends between these cartilages. And the second it descends onto this cartilage, or the second this pastern descends onto this digital cushion, it's instantly pushing back, resisting. But it keeps on pushing and it pushes down and it pushes that digital cushion onto this frog. Look at the shape of that frog. That's the frog stay. Okay. This is a big bulbous thing right here. Well, then that pushes down onto that frog, which then instantly is giving pressure back. Like, no, you don't. I'm not going nowhere. I'm going to push back. But it gives just enough to give this spring. It's how the real horse with the right feet gets the spring in his step. And it's what enables the deep digital flexor tendon to work correctly without overworking. See, because there's this tremendous spring and bounce in that action that takes place. So anyway, so we're destroying that. We're destroying that. And so what we want to do is we want to restore the true support to the back of the foot. I was also going somewhere else with that, but I forgot where. But anyway, so that's what we look at first is that cartilage. And that tells us, and then we start looking at the heels. We're going to look at the horizontal, at the vertical horn tubules and the horizontal growth rings as well. Okay. Anyway, I think I need a glass of water. Just a minute. So just to reiterate a little bit here, here's this hoof capsule again. If I were to trim this here and trim all the flaky sole out of the heel in this bar, I'm going to find the same thing, a detached bar that's being bent up in the foot because I keep trimming the heels down. All right. So that's kind of how that was there. Okay, so let's see here. If there's anything else I need to cover right here. Well, I think that's a good start of you getting an understanding of what we're doing. See, we're not just fixing a hoof capsule because when the foot has been deformed and distorted like that, we have to get this coronary band to rise back up. And if the heels have been turned in like this, we need to get them to come out and point in the right direction. So you're not just correcting a hoof capsule, you're correcting literally the shape of the internal foot that has been deformed and distorted. And so it's a give and take situation. Um, you can't, it's like you want to take enough to allow the foot to release. Well, here's a principle you need to understand. If I take my nose and I press it down, what is my nose doing? It is constantly pushing against my finger and wanting to go back to where it's supposed to be. So it's the same thing with this foot. We may trim this. A horse could also wear his heels out and do the same thing to his foot. I want you to know that. This is all about structural engineering and how parts work, how materials work, how when they're loaded, when things wear in the wrong way, things like that. And so uh, we want to start creating boundaries for the different parts, for the bars. And if the heels are too short, we're going to start growing heel. And a lot of times you'll think your heels aren't growing. But what is happening is the heel that is growing from here, what we want it to do, we want the growth to remain at the top in the capsule and add capsule wall back in. And so a lot of people have a problem. Oh, I've been growing heels and they're just not growing. Well, they are. They're growing. It's just that you're not going to see the growth come out the bottom. You're going to see it remain up here. Look at how curved that coronary band are. You're going to see it. It's like this, but you're going to see the growth remain at the top and go like that and add wall into the capsule. This is one of the things we do. And of course, what's that do? That lifts and uncurls this coronary band and starts moving everything back into place. So, um, hmm, okay. So the mapping is there just to guide you. It's just a ballpark figure. You got to know all these other things too. Yeah, sorry, I can't just give you a gimmick like, let's see, I think I have one here. Here, there was a guy, nice guy. He come up with this thing here. He says, yeah, just put this on your horse's foot and trim to it, and you'll be for sure to cripple him. Sorry about that. I think he was an older guy. I think he finally passed away. But anyway, you were to put it on the foot and then trim the foot to this shape. I'm sorry, but that doesn't work. You have to understand the whole configuration of the back of this foot. you got to understand that you got to have these major pillars here that support the whole back of the foot and stabilize the whole wall and keep the frog up off the ground so it can grow to its optimum thickness. And there's a word I'm looking for. When something is buoyant, flexible, like rubber. Okay. Okay. Now I'm just got to think of where we want to go next on this. Now, what I can do, and what I think I'm going to do next is I did some videos and I did a whole map and trim video. So I'm going to go ahead and start that because I'm pretty much talked out here. And I did these videos probably about 5 or 6 months ago. And it's going to explain the mapping. It's going to explain the whole trim, basically. But this is just, and I'm going to put a bunch of pictures together too, so you can clearly see what the mapping is about. And I think I'm going to run that video for you. It's actually in 2 or 3 parts that I got to put together. And so you can get an idea of what we do. And we've had some success, had a lot of people had success, and I've had some success. And this isn't easy, and you're going to have ups and downs, but if you stick with it, you're going to make your horse real happy. Guarantee it. Okay. Is there any questions till I go on to this video?
I have one, Linda.
Okay.
When you're talking about that softer, flaky stuff in the seed of corn, the sole, is that
hmm
something we should scrape out, trim out, or what do we do with that?
Well, see what they do is they trim it out and then they trim the heel down to the hard sole plane that's there. But as you see, you know, when I showed you these here, by then you're getting so you don't have any real sole. What's happening is is the sole is getting thinner and thinner in the heels. The heel buttress is getting less and less, but because it crushes the heel up into the foot, people don't know that they really have no sole left in the back of the bottom of the foot. You have to have a heel buttress. So um, I I don't really trim it out per se, because we're growing heels. And so um, you know, gosh, how to even answer that? No, you don't have to trim all that out. And if you can at all, you leave it there to support the back of the foot a little bit. And if you do trim it out, don't take your heels down to there because that's what they're doing. When they talk about trimming, uh, taking that out and thinning it out, well, then they take the heels down to wherever the hard sole plane is. Live sole, hard sole, whatever you want to call it. And so we're not taking heels down. We're trying to restore heels. Does that make sense?
It does, thank you.
Okay. Because look, you can even kind of see it here on this foot. Look how kind of greeny it looks. What do you think happens when when here's the sole, when this heel is being pulled down over the sole? First of all, the sole that was here when the foot is correct is being shoved forward and forced out of the foot. See, that's why this was so grainy and not grainy. What am I looking for? I'm missing a word today. Flaky. Okay. It's flaky. That's why it was so flaky, because the heel was being forced over the sole that originally grew there. And so the heel, the actual heel of the sole is being covered up, bent and covered up and deformed and distorted. And you know, I don't know how to explain it other than that. The corium skin, the stuff that grows the capsule, is like grass. When it gets covered up, it quits growing. Okay, so when I restored my horse's feet, well, look, if you look at this, look where the heel is here compared to where the heel is right here. I don't know if you can see that. See, this heel was being shoved over the sole here. And so whatever good sole was there was being destroyed and crumbling away. And that's what happened here, where it was so grainy and crumbly. And there's no sole there. I mean, it's like it's like that thick, you know. We want sole to be about that thick. And again, that's what happened right there. Look, I took it down to the hard sole plane. See it there? Now, I don't know what to tell you there. Anyway, put that right there. Okay. So I'm gonna go to these videos. Let's see here.
Linda, may I ask a question too, please?
Sure.
Um, you have been helping me with my little mini Teddy who's got the can feet.
Yeah.
And the one thing I'm struggling to understand is when false heel grows and it's the wall that's growing down,
Hmm.
if we're not wanting to then touch that heel that's there, whether it be false heel, which is what it is, I suppose, then how do we eventually restore the correct height of the hoof without allowing it to continually become more and more canned?
I know. Well, one of the reasons that it is a can foot is because um the dorsal wall really holds on those ponies so that it gets very steep because the back of that foot is coming in and pushing into the coffin joint, and that's rotating that toe down steep. But in those ponies, in big horses, a lot of times, then the dorsal wall starts separating from the inner foot, the toe of the inner foot. But in small horses, it seems like it really holds on more. And so then you got the back of the foot coming forward and getting smaller and pushing into that joint and causing it to rotate down so that the toe is getting steeper. So then you wind up with this canned foot.
Yeah.
So, so, and a lot of times on those horses too, you'll find a lot of flaky sole in the heels and stuff like that. Um, from what I don't have all the answers for that, but from what I can see and some of the stuff I've done is that I haven't necessarily taken the heels down because when I did, it wind up being a disaster, okay, and
Yeah.
stuff. But some of the things I've done is I have removed, first of all, taken the bar completely down because it's all, look at what it's doing anyway. It's bending up into the foot, it's all deformed, it's distorted, and it's holding the heel where it is. See,
Yeah.
because okay, but then uh I can show you a picture where what I do is I'll take off the hooks of the heel buttress so that the foot is not being held by the buttress itself. Because look at this. Here, I'll show you a picture here just a minute. And I've done this a number of times, uh, only to have it help widen the heels out, actually. And that would be where I take the bar way down, and then I'll show you what I've been doing to the heels. Just a minute here. Got to find a picture. Hold on. Now, before I do that, I want to show you this picture here, so people can get an idea what's going on with that cartilage. Um, let's see, where am I? share. Yeah, I think I need to show you a little bit more about the cartilage. So remember I showed you this is the heel. Look at that. Without the skin on it, they don't even know it's a heel. And they displace this cartilage and put it in weird spots. It's funny. Like I said, I have a book here by a guy named Doug Butler that's the principles of horseshoeing. And his anatomy, and good guy, but the anatomy of what they do to the cartilage is just really weird. Like, probably can't show it under here because of copyright, unless it's 70 years old or more. But they don't have the cartilage in the heel at all. Wonder if I can get away with showing that. I'll think about it here. So if we don't know the anatomy, how can we figure out how to fix stuff to begin with? So what I want to show you here is what these cartilages do because they're naturally rounded. Okay, remember how I showed you the foot where the heel buttresses are pointing in towards each other? So basically what you have as a can foot is a foot that's done this here. The only thing is that when all this pushed forward, it pushed into this coffin joint and it tipped the toe up. See, so that you could have a very steep dorsal wall.
Yeah.
So if these are curled in, okay, let me draw on this just a second here. Okay, so on the capsule, okay, you got this. Let's see. This would have been the heel buttress right here. See that?
Yeah.
Okay, but by the time you get to here, it's pretty much you've got sidewall, and the heel buttress has been curled in like that. Okay, and it's probably very short anyway. So when they're curled in, I'll show you a picture of what I do here. When it's curled in, like, okay, let's see, how do I want to do this? Wait a minute. Let's look at this. They literally go in like this. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so let's say it looks like that. You're looking down at it. But from the back, it looks like this. What I've been doing, I've been taking off that and the bar because it's not supporting anything really anyway. And so you take off this curl here. See that?
Yeah.
Straight up and down. You're not ramping heels. You're not making the horse rock back on the back of his foot like what they do. You're just taking off this really solid part here. And I've done it now multiple times. It grows back and it uncurls the heels and my heels get wider. See,
Yeah.
so that could be, but I'm going to have to look at your horse and then determine if this is a time that you could do something like that. And then if
Yeah.
the feet are contracted, another thing I'll do is look, here you've got the frog stay way up in the foot like this, right? Up
Mm-hmm.
between the bulbs there. Okay, well, it's very deep, and sometimes you'll have old dead frog way up there. A lot of times, what I'll do is I'll take a scalpel and I won't clean, and all I'll do is I'll make a slit in the frog material, not into the corium, but into the frog material, so that so that when the heels are widening out like this, then I've got that slit in that frog so that it can give and allow the heels to spread. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
Yes, yes. And when I did do that, I did notice that the frog did kind of spread out a little bit and widen. So that
Okay.
definitely helped him for sure.
Okay.
I
Okay,
just
good.
worry that as I'm not taking down the heels, he's obviously growing very quickly. So he's in the process of me taking away all the bar and the frog, his heels are still growing higher and higher.
Oh, well,
And I just,
you can take them down some. I'm not saying that you should never take them down. You
right,
still need to, kind of maintain them. But
right.
if you can get the foot up to where the hairline is pretty good up, because see, it's when you pull that hairline down is when those heels want to curl in, because the foot wants to stand up at the level it's supposed to, and it's going to stand up anyway. Here, let me show you this other deal here. Hold on. Because people need to understand this for sure about how these heels curl in when you trim the heels down. And you don't even know it, and your horse is making false heels. So, just a minute here. Yeah, so I got proof of that right here in this next pictures I'm going to show you here. Okay, you see this foot? Okay, so we're having a hoof chat, and there's this one gal, and gosh, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. I'm just terrible with names anyway. But anyway, she's pretty new to TACT, and she's trimming her friend's horse, who is also a wild adopted horse. And so she misunderstood what we do, and she wound up totally trimming the heels out of this horse. See there?
Mhm.
And I was freaking out. So, and so I was very worried because I understand the strain that this is on the tendons and everything else. And so I said, wow, could you take pictures and let us know how the horse is doing? Well, she comes back the next week to hoof chat, and she's got these two pictures, and I want you to see how this horse made heels. This is over a 3-day period. Okay, here's what he was the first day. Now remember, this cartilage here is supposed to be clear up here. This hairline that's here is supposed to be clear up here. That's the horse's foot, the inner foot. And so that foot and everything in that leg, the tendons, the ligaments, everything, the joints, everything in the horse says that this foot is supposed to have a hairline up here, and that these cartilages that are pulled clear down here, this bulb is supposed to be here. Okay? That is what the anatomy calls for. So what does it do? Now you've reduced the size of this capsule wall here. See that? So that's weakened it, right? And so what's the horse do? The horse is going to stand up anyway. And as the horse stands up, what happens? Okay? This sidewall here, the foot rises, the sidewall here gets curled around behind the foot. See? Now, look at the different shape here. Wait a minute. Dum. Look at um look at how straight the cartilage here is. That's correct. Okay. Now look at how it's rounded here. Okay. Look at how this spot here has moved further back. And now the heel was clear down here. Now it's up here. See? It's gone from here to here. Now let's look at the next one, and you see all the different movement that happened the third day. Look how much rounded the heel is, even higher. The spot is further back. Now stuff has moved to the point to where well, what happens is, well, look at the cartilage, how much more rounded the cartilage is now. Now, another thing to look at the pastern. Look how straight the pastern was. Now it lifted it right up to a better spot and even better here. See, now what happened to the dorsal wall? It bullnosed a little bit more right there. But another thing happened too. It it made it rise here. And I'm not sure, I don't know what I did there. Just a minute. Look at that. See the difference and all that happened? This happened in 3 days. So this horse made its own heel by taking the sidewall here and wrapping it around behind it to become a support wall here, made its own heel. Why is that? Because that's the whole leg, the whole horse, everything, the way the foot's designed is that the back of this foot is supposed to be up there to begin with. See? So see, that's something that people absolutely have to know. This is why when we first look at feet, what are we looking at? We're looking at these cartilages here because, let me show you this real quick. Show you the extreme case. Hopefully my computer won't freeze up. Just a minute here. But I have to show you this extreme case. Hold on. Let's close that. Just a second here. Okay, just a minute. Okay, where are you? Share. Just get up here and share. Okay, see this foot here? Clear back in 2017, I met this gal. She wanted me to try and help her. And this is when I was first learning about foot binding. Okay, I had no idea what was going on really here, but that's when I started figuring out something wasn't right. Because look at that foot. This foot was developed from constantly trimming the heels out, and it just kept taking the sidewall and wrapping it around behind and wrapping it around behind. And so, I showed you how the coffin bone only goes so far, and then the back of the foot is soft cartilage and fat, right? And so that's exactly what happened here. And so, anyway, I can't remember what all we did, but that foot started expanding. You know, First of all, she started trimming the frog. Because one thing that happens is that as the foot is shrinking up and getting in a smaller capsule, it is really displacing and deforming that frog. And that frog is then growing frog as well. There'll be old dead frog from when it was its real size. I mean, all kinds of things happen, and that frog will bind that foot right there. That's why we are major frog trimmers, but you want to be careful about trimming the central sulcus out. It is better a lot of times to make a slit, uh, not into the corium, into the deep part of the frog stay so that it can uh, well, when the horse steps down, then it can widen out. Okay, to where a lot of times if you, well, I don't know about a lot of times, but it seemed like a couple times we had a deal happen where we were cleaning out the central sulcus or between the bulbs or where the frog stay is, whatever you want to call it, and clean it out too much, and then you're removing the only thing that's keeping those heels from totally contracting. Okay, so all of this is controlled growth and controlled release and the whole thing. You have a capsule that has developed that is binding the foot just like in Chinese foot binding and stuff. So you start making these boundaries and trimming things away. And that foot, imagine the pressure that foot is under wanting to go back into place. See, and so you can make that work for you. You know it wants to go there. So you start releasing stuff like the frog, but you also have to grow in the capsule so that you're not just releasing the foot into nothing. See, so what we're doing is we're growing the capsule bigger in places, and as it grows bigger, it's releasing that inner foot into that bigger capsule, is what's happening. Okay, so when you get a chance, let's take a look at your horse's feet to see where they're at and see what else we can do to help him. Okay?
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Linda. I appreciate it.
And remember, be a squeaky wheel. Okay? It don't fall through the cracks. You know, always know that you can contact me anytime. And if I don't answer, it's because I didn't see it. Or else it's because I saw it and I thought, oh, I need to get a hold of them, and then something happened.
Yes, no,
Okay?
I know. Thank you. I do
Okay,
think
dear.
it's worth my while mentioning just so it's very, very hot here in Australia at the moment. It's very dry. And you told me to keep him socked up and with the little bags and everything.
Uh-huh.
And that helped him hugely. And
Good.
then I had to go away for I just went down to work a couple of hours away and I had to take them off because
Hmm.
I didn't want him to get tripped up or anything.
Yeah.
And he got sore. And I wondered to myself, why did he get sore? And then that's when I messaged you when we further trimmed his bars and his frog. And then yesterday I put the socks and the bags back on him and he wasn't on bute or anything. And this was a day after trimming him and he was still quite sore after that. So I don't think the trim helped him. But then I put the bags and the socks back on. And then last night he walked off perfectly. And this
That's
morning he's
awesome.
walking
Yeah.
perfectly. So
Yeah.
I think the moisture of helping everything to relax inside helps hugely from just what I've seen.
Oh, yeah. Well, good, good. I'm glad to have another witness there because I've seen
Yeah,
that happen to my horses too
right.
and stuff. And it makes sense because these heels, it's like curled in toenails.
Yeah,
If anybody's ever seen the pictures of those, you need to get moisture to stuff to get it to start releasing. Well, that's great to hear. I'm glad to hear
yeah,
that. Okay.
yeah, yeah. Okay, thanks, Linda.
Okay, dear. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna start playing those videos. Now this is if you don't want to stay and watch the whole thing, it's gonna be on YouTube and everything. And of course, this is just, the basics. You know, there's so many things, so many details. Oh my goodness sakes. And learning the right place where everything belongs. See, we have learned so much, like that frog displacement, you know. Uh you can only go as far as what you know and stuff. So it's only been in the last year and a half or so that I learned about how really displaced these frogs get, you know. And so when I learned that, and then I started trying to trim to get my whole frog to move back, because you want your frog corium to move back. I showed you in these feet how that frog is being pulled down and shoved forward into different, under the foot and forward. So that whole frog has to come back and get in its right position. And I'm real happy because I'm seeing this really come to fruition on my own horse. All right. Because the foot will stay right where the foot is until something happens to you do something to change it. Now all of this is meant for the horse to survive. All right. Everything goes to work when a horse is naturally wearing his heels out. Um, the whole foot will go to work to hold the capsule on the foot and create all kinds of weird stuff and distortion. And so what we're doing is we're releasing all that and growing stuff to try and restore the internal foot to its true position, form, shape, and therefore the capsule to its supporting position so that it can function correctly with the foot and be what the horse was born to have. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to go on to
Linda, just a second, please.
oh, okay.
Okay. Really glad to have a chance to talk to you personally. I just wanted to quick two questions.
Okay.
First of all, is it necessarily to obtain a Miller hoof care book? Is it going to be helpful? Hello?
Oh, hello. Sorry.
Yeah,
My thing got
yeah,
muted. Could you say that again, please?
yes, yes. Is it necessarily to obtain a Miller hoof book, hoof care book?
A Miller who
Yes, yes, yes. That was written in 1977
Oh, yeah.
by.
Yeah, you know what? You don't necessarily have to, but I know it would bless you if you could get one because what they did, they were restoring the heels on these horses. And um see uh the, what they do is they corroborate what we're trying to do. And they did it clear back in 1977, but then the book got subverted on purpose by an individual who I'm going to come out with that story because it's awful. Um, See, if that book would have continued, none of us would be here. We'd all have sound horses. That's how great that book was. But the two main principal authors died. It came out in 1977 and they died. Dr. Niles Van Heusen died in 1981. And then Jim Miller died in 1983. And so there was no one to carry on the legacy of the book except for this ghostwriter. Okay.
And yes, thanks a lot. And also, I just wanted to, is it okay to wait to finish the videos, or I can say
Sure.
what or I have to say, or I can say what I feel about what you're doing now?
Go right ahead. No.
Okay, what I wanted to say that I've started hoof training by myself 9 months ago, and you are the one who took my birth actually, because I started from barefoot swimming, and as you can see, my last hoof, my last pod, which I eventually came even to soldering with wedges, and
Mhm.
this is what how the barefoot swimming affected me. So I had to even start with wedges, and
Mhm.
I was looking for information more and more, and by accident I came up to your internet, up to your YouTube page, where you were streaming in the way I did, but your name for that, how not to trim the heels,
Yeah.
triggered me a lot. So I started to look through your work, because it's a real work what you did, and what I wanted to say that actually you're my hoof granny, whatever you say, but I count it like that.
That's
I
awesome.
I wanted to say a big thank you to you, because I have my personal around 30 horses, and why I started to trim horses, because I was never satisfied with farriers,
Mm-hmm.
and no one had a clear explanation of what are they doing with the hooves. No one had a real understanding what is going on inside the hoof, and you're the person who actually opened the curtain of unknown. So you gave a lot of information to me, and this information, even people where I'm staying at the stable now, even people started to asking me to help them with trimming,
That's great.
and after, and also what I have a little story. Not the story, but if it's okay, I can keep on,
Yeah,
or are
no,
you?
no,
Yeah,
please, please,
okay,
please,
okay.
please do.
Okay, so I wrote only 2 horses a week. I experienced somehow of uplifting of inside when you, for example, you ride a horse and you get off of it and you feel uplifting inside,
Yeah.
some kind of like that. And sometimes you ride another horse and you don't feel that feeling. You feel something like maybe fatigue in the body or in your own body.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't realize why is that happened. But in fact, after evaluating all that stuff, uh, I started to understand that the horse with sound hooves really can, because I knew that horses are space animals anyway. I mean, they're really energetic,
Yeah.
and they can transfer energy only if they have really good hooves.
Yeah.
What I also started to experience, why I'm really excited with the trimming hooves, is that after I sometimes also I noticed that sometimes I trim and I started to experience the same uplifting feel. However, I didn't ride the horse on top,
Mm-hmm.
and the same was with if you trim badly or you trim good in especially in your manner.
Yeah.
And after I encountered your channel, uh, I always starting experiencing this feeling, and my back stopped to pain. I mean, to ache, or how to say it. But anyway, uh, and this is really exciting, and
That's
also
great.
what you said that about some person that sued the Wyoming state for 3,000 or for 3,000 horses in the nature.
Mm-hmm.
To if I'm understood you right, he asked the state to eliminate them from the wild nature. Is that right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I think that's how to say it, not to be a conspiracy theorist, but in fact, what I understood, that good sound horse makes his owner really pleasant.
Yeah.
And many horses, this is what I noticed on the big stables, many horses that do not sound make even they look sound, but they're not really feeling sound. They
Yeah.
make their owners go like a little bit crazy
Yeah.
in some kind. They may become a little bit angry or nasty
Mm-hmm.
or something like that. And I think this magic animal, the horse,
Mm-hmm.
really can affect the surrounding community.
Atmosphere. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And I think this is a deliberate harm of what the people doing to them, because after I started to take knowledge from your channel, I had a horse maybe 5 years ago, and I'm not a really good professional jumper, but I jump sometimes
Mm-hmm.
on the show jumping, and that horse, I didn't know anything about the hooves that time, but I take a good connection with the new owners,
Mm-hmm.
and they sent me pictures because they were documenting him.
Mm-hmm.
And by that pictures, I could say that he was jumping in the shoes that were 5 size smaller than they're supposed to be,
Yeah.
because he had a great genetics, and I really liked that horse. We were like playing on the plein air, on the open space, when I just let him free, and we just. I was playing him like with a dog, so was one of my first horses that I jumped on,
Uh-huh.
and what I wanted to say, by his genetics and his attitude, he's supposed to jump a real big fences, but he
Mm-hmm.
couldn't, and
Couldn't, yeah.
nobody could understand why he didn't that. And previous owners before me, they were even hitting him for that, but I didn't do that anytime, because
Mm-hmm.
I thought this is the wrong way. Even when I'm trimming, I would rather pick the hoof maybe 10 or 20 times and do a one rasp than to hit horse to make him stand, because he's not standing because there's something wrong maybe with his
Yeah.
hooves. So when I came, I immediately called them as soon as they understood what's going wrong with him, and I trimmed his one hoof. I just thought they're going to trim themselves, so I explained what to do. And even with that one trimmed hoof, he showed a real good movement. So I had to come
Great.
over. They asked me to trim the whole of that. That's what I'm saying. That many problems in the horses are from their hooves, and you're absolutely right. And you are
Yeah.
the only one. You are the only one person on the internet I could search that describes everything thoroughly. And I asked you on the Facebook, but you didn't respond. So I ask you here. I think your knowledge is worthless. And is there any way I can donate to you? Because I think the information you are giving, I mean, I would love to greet you somehow for that.
Well, thank you. And I did respond.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay. I will have a
Yeah.
look then.
I heard all your recordings, and they just really, really, really blessed me a lot, and
Yes,
really,
yes.
really encouraged me. And I loved what you said, about the atmosphere and the spirit in the horse, and how you can just feel when things aren't right, but when they're right and their feet are right, it's like a whole different energy around them. Yeah. And I just really appreciated everything that you said. I love to hear stuff like that, and I just thought you just had a tremendous insight, and that it was really valuable. And I am really glad that you shared that again here.
Yes, and also when you were reading one of your videos, when I was reading, you were reading the how to choose the warhorse,
Oh
the hooves,
yeah.
how to look at the hooves. I was driving at the moment, but I'm a 43-year-old man.
Uh-huh.
I have 5 kids, 30 horses, and I'm
Wow.
pretty like psychologically stable person.
Uh-huh.
But I had a kind of catharsis. I wasn't crying, but the tears were dropping from my eyes because I understood what kind of pain horses experienced during that. And
Yeah.
also, when
Wow.
you, because every video you post on the internet, it has a little bit of information every time you about the Descartes that they were dissecting horses on live.
Yeah.
That's describes that people don't really understand that the pain of the horse.
Yeah.
So what I wanted to say that you should have much more followers that you are now. And also, when I was coming up to the stable where that horse I was jumping years ago, I
Hmm.
also said that they can call some farrier that was trimming him before, so I could explain what's going on with the hooves. So
Hmm.
because it's not up to money really, because you can't trim all the horses around.
Yeah.
But you, if you can help as much horses as you can make the, how to say, the atmosphere around them better, and
Yeah.
people on the stables will become more pleasant because they're mostly girls, and they are really nasty sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
And I think that's all because of horses, because they don't feel really sound. And the answer of that farrier was that he is using another philosophy of hoof trimming, but
Mhm.
there should be no philosophy of that. I mean, uh,
Yeah.
uh,
Is there
yes,
is
yes,
there education? You know, the
yes,
education has been incorrect for 250 years,
absolutely right.
you
Yes,
know,
yes, yes. Yes,
and
Linda. And what I wanted to say, I'm calling you my hoof granny, granny in hoof.
Granny
So
Hoof. I'm
yes,
that
granny
age.
hoof. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, okay, aunt in hoof. Is it okay?
No, Granny Hoof's all right. I don't care.
Okay. I mean, they're going to be like mother-in-law or stuff like that.
Uh,
So I thought granny in hoof is okay at the moment.
you bet. That's fine with me.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I just wanted to give you lowest bow I can for what you're doing, because what you're doing is really worthless. I mean, not worthless. It's how to say it in priceless. Priceless. Yes,
Priceless.
yes,
Worthless.
priceless.
Some
Yes,
people
yes,
think
price.
so.
Now it's priceless, and
Thank you. Thank you,
it's
dear.
it's treasure. It's absolute treasure for any horseman that working with horses. And also, I just wanted to say that I encountered also many farriers. I'm like in good connections with every farrier uh, I meet, but sometimes they are old, and they also do by intuition what they're doing. And
Yeah.
this is also not really good when you're not understanding what you're doing.
Yeah. But they think
In
they
fact,
understand. That's the whole problem, you know.
yes, yes. And so, Linda, thank you very much again for what you're doing.
Oh,
Uh,
well, thank
I
you.
and all that 3 hours I just spent. This is my first time on the Zoom conference with you, and they are just maybe gone like 10 minutes again. And thank you from all the horses I trim, and I hope from the horses I will trim according to you, to the knowledge you gave to me. Thank you very much again, and
Hey,
that's probably it. Thank you again. Bye bye. I
hey,
mean,
no, no. Thank your
I'm
Stan.
saying
But I want to
yes, yes.
thank you. I want to thank you for sharing your experience with us. I want to thank you for giving me feedback because that's very uplifting for me because I get disheartened, seeing what's going on around and stuff like that. And so your words were very uplifting and very encouraging for me. So I want to thank you. Thank you for being a man that loves the truth. Thank you for, and I really loved what you said about how it triggered you because you were trimming the way I was saying, don't trim like this, and stuff, because that's the way I trimmed. And I learned over time it was wrong. And so then I didn't want to get rid of those videos. I wanted to keep them there as a as a documentation of my journey into barefoot trimming so that they can't say, oh, well, you weren't doing it right. That's why it didn't work. No, I was doing it right. It doesn't work because it's not right. And so I had to go back through those videos and go, okay, warn people about don't trim like this, So that really helps me knowing that you saw that and that it was actually a catalyst uh to help you see different too.
Yes, yes, that's absolutely true because I wouldn't had a chance to look at your other videos if I wouldn't see that first. So because I started to read, I don't know, that's absolutely a gut providence or something like that.
Yep, I'm sure
Because
it was.
I wouldn't even read the description of the channel. I just couldn't understand. You are trimming like me, but you are saying not to trim like that. And I started to try to understand why is that. And you said everything which is before 2016 is not the right way. And I started to study more and more. And what you did, no one ever did at all. So I can say many hours to thank you, but I had a great pleasure to speak to you personally because I had to wake up at 4:30 in the morning.
Wow.
And I a little bit overslept for 10 or 20 minutes, but anyway.
Well, I'm so glad you came.
Yes, thank you very much for appreciating
Now, where do you live?
I live in Russia. I live
In
in
Russia?
Russia, and yes, I
Wow.
do.
Okay.
Yes, and what I wanted to say, those horses are really powerful because I can speak to any person around the world,
Mm-hmm.
and horses are really powerful. Maybe also I will say some political conspiracy theory, but they have effect of good spreading around them. I'll try to be corrective,
Yeah.
but anyway, and not people, but some bad creatures want us to be separated.
Yep.
And that's how they manipulate
Yeah.
by our opinion. So that's
No, I totally understand what you're saying.
yes.
Yeah.
And
See,
that's really
there's
yes.
yeah, there's parts like see when I get all this whole history written out, it's bizarre as bizarre can get. And it goes
Yes,
into the very things that you're talking about there. Like
yes,
historically, okay?
it is. It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
bizarre.
And
So,
horses. uh, I think horses also stay on their way
yeah.
because they don't want to make us happy at all.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Now, there's
yes.
another book you should read too, which is Bracy Clark's Hippodonamia. And
Okay,
I'll
yeah,
give you a link to that.
okay, but anyway, I'm taking notes on that. So basic Clark's, yeah, is that right? Clark's
Yeah. You
hypodin,
can you can get it
hypod.
on Internet Archive. Okay,
Okay,
because he goes all into it about how the frog pressure doctrine was wrong. He
okay.
believed it at first because that's what he was taught in vet school. But
Mm.
after 20 years in practice, he learned that it was wrong. And he goes into the tremendous suffering the animals in his time were going through due to it. And what I see is it's a good thing that the combustion engine was invented because it was destroying the cavalries of Europe. You know,
Yes,
uh,
yes, yes, yes. I see what you mean.
yeah, like Napoleon pretty much met his Waterloo due to lame horses because of how they were trimming the heels out and forcing frog pressure.
I
And so
understand
I've
that.
documented all this, like down to the T's. I just got to get it written and online, the
Yes,
history of it.
yes,
And
yes.
and there have been other people that come up against the frog pressure doctrine, you know, um, but they keep getting subverted and stopped by different entities, so to speak. But anyway, thank you very much for
Yes,
being
and you
here,
too.
getting up
You
so
too.
early and you know.
Yes, yes. I don't know. I usually don't get up, and it's impossible to wake me up. But but I somehow I just managed to do that.
Well,
And
that's awesome.
your knowledge is precious. So please write the book because or write your like a small uh, handbook, maybe with some links
Yeah.
to the
Well,
books. It's
you've given me some encouragement to get that done.
yes, I mean you are doing the best. You're doing really great things because okay, a little story. On Friday, the nastiest girls on the stable where my top jumpers staying,
Hmm.
they're calling me and saying if I can trim their horses because they have a look at one girl's horse and they asked me to trim because they like the way I did. And
Hmm.
also they were watching me on the camera. They always look at the camera on the stable. And if you're, for example, delay on that or something, they just call the stable manager and say, "Oh, somebody is not allowing our horses to sleep. They're really nasty."
Uh-huh.
But when I came there, I started to trim. Uh, they they just were bringing me some coffee, maybe 3 cups, while
Uh-huh.
I was explaining them everything I did, and they started to be more pleased. The horse immediately changed. Not maybe on 100%, it's impossible, but anyway,
Hmm.
they noticed that a lot. And I said that to them that how to say it. I told them, I hope now you're not going to look at the cameras 24 hours a day and to make urgencies to the horse stable because sometimes I delay at stable because it's not my primary work. I
Uh-huh.
delay maybe very late, and that's really annoys when somebody calls me and tells me to leave because I have to do some things,
Yeah.
so and they
So
said
they
no, no, they said no, no, we're not going to look at the cameras anymore.
oh,
So yes, so they started to change also,
that's
and
great. Yeah.
yes, yes, and I think it's a really good thing what you're doing because in fact you are changing people's souls also by changing the ability of horse to transfer the energy.
Wow. That's great. I really appreciate hearing that and hearing that story and I can just tell too that you have a lot of good, sweet, positive energy and insight into what's going on and I think it's great.
Yeah, also because of you also it's you also what you're hearing is just your feedback what you put in outside the YouTube your information it's all yours in fact.
Ah,
I just a mirror of this universe to you.
Well, hey.
And you're a mirror of universe to me. So
Well,
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
well, you're welcome, and thank you. And here's the thing, okay? Uh, this ability to be able to share things with others and have others share with me is what allows us all to grow together. You know, when I talk about tact or what we're doing here, you know, I don't say, well, I discovered this. I always say we, you know, we started calling it this, we did that, we were having a hoof chat, we learned this, you know, because see, I could not learn what I have learned without all of you. And vice versa. See, we all need each other. This is a group effort because it's going to take everybody to get justice for the horse. And when you ultimately hear the full story, okay, oh, let me tell you what, it's a drama. It's a drama fest. It's a tragedy. And these horses, um, we need some changes. We need some changes in the hoof care industry in a big, big, big way. And I don't care how strong it's getting in social media and the error and everything else. You know, we need some changes for the poor horse and for the owners for sure. Okay, well, anyway, thank you very much for telling me all that and for sharing part of your story. And so now we are going to go and I'm going to put on these um, videos. It's all in parts. I didn't put it together, but it was several months ago. I did a full map and trim and explained the whole process. And so, like I said, it's all going to be recorded. It'll be on YouTube. And so, you know, if you can't stay to watch it, because it's going to be at least an hour and a half. Okay. Um, and so then you'll be able to watch it on YouTube. So anyway, but that, you know, we're used to 4 or 5 hour hoof chats, whatever, you know. All right, so let me get up these videos here. Let's see, I need to close some stuff out. Let's see, close that, make sure I got stuff closed down so that, um, let's see here, so that my computer will keep running. Let's see here. Okay, just a second. Get videos. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. That one. Is it this one? Okay, let's see here. Okay, this was. It's going to take me just a couple seconds here. April 24th. Created. April 24th. Okay. I think this is it. Just a second here. Okay, hold on a second. Let's see. Zoom. Okay. Share. Do, 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 do. Hold on. Share sound. Optimize for video sharing. Let me know how this picture is and stuff. Hey, Marilyn, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm going to start this. Would you let me know how the picture and stuff is?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, do you see that there?
I do, and there's a couple of gray squares and rectangles across the picture.
Huh?
Yeah, one at the top, no. Skinny one at the top.
Just a minute.
It happens a lot.
Really? How about now?
Just the skinny
Okay,
one
am I
across the top.
recording? Yep.
Can you still basically see stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I think it's something with Zoom, you know? So, okay, so I'm going to start this. I'm going to turn it up. Let me see. Hold on. I got to see how long this one is. Okay, this first one's just about introduction, 3.5 minutes, and then the next one will be about 20 minutes. Okay, so let me start this over. Tell me if you can hear it, Marilyn, okay?
Sure.
Okay, am I recording? Yes, I am. Okay, so I'm gonna do a full mapping.
Did you hear
trim
that?
Yep, we can hear it just fine.
Okay, okay.
on this right foot? Actually, I should do it on the other foot. So I'm gonna aim this down, and so the first thing you want to do is you want to take a full set of pictures so that you know where you're at and where you're going. And if possible, then you want to go look at the pictures and just kind of determine what you're going to do, because now this is work intensive. Washing the feet, taking pictures. Now I wash the feet first if it's bad with the hose, and I clean them out. Then I bring them in. Then I get a bucket of soapy water and I literally scrub his feet, his pasterns, things like that. So you can get a good set of pictures. Now, I was going, where's my camera? Well, it's on a tripod. So the first thing I'm gonna do after that, after I kind of have seen what's going on, okay, so we're just gonna do a general trim here. I'm gonna decide whether I want to stand him up and leave him, or whether I want to leave him some toe. Now his dorsal wall, now we use a sewing gauge and a what do you call that? Protractor to map the feet. And the mapping is just general. It is not cookie cutter, but it is a general mapping to help you keep within boundaries. Okay, so I'm gonna come up here and let's see here. First thing I'm gonna do is I just want a general idea of how much dorsal wall I have. And here I see that I have 3 inches. Now it makes a difference as to whether the wall, as to the angle of the wall, whether the wall is straight or whether the wall grows down to about here and then decides to go horizontal like that. If your foot is like that, then if your capsule's like that, see, then your internal foot is going to be lower to the ground, and your sole ridge is not, your rim of sole, convex sole rim, is not going to be as thick. You're going to be closer to the ground. But if my wall is straight and at a
Hold
fairly
on. I
steep,
think I made a mistake. 1, 2, 3. That's 3.5 inches. Sorry about that. I do that on occasion, but that's why you always want to measure 2 or 3 times and cut once. Okay. Just like in carpentry. Yeah. See, so 1, 2, 3.5. There we go. Okay.
angle, then I know that I have, especially if I have some 3 inches, see, because I've taken him down to 3 inches easily in trims, and sometimes even 2 3/4, but mostly I take him down to about 3. Unless I really want to stand him up, then I can take him down a little more. But this gives me an idea of how much sole I have to play with, because I understand. Let's see if I have a foot here. Get out of here. Go on before you knock my tripod over. Doggy do. I love you, but please don't get around the tripod. Okay, so let's see here. Well, I was seeing if I had a foot in here that I could use, but it looks like I don't. So I'm going to put this on pause and go get me one. Hold on.
Okay, I gotta do the next video. That was a short one because I had to go get a foot. So, okay. The next one. Here we go. Just a minute. I gotta see how long this video is. Okay, this video will be 21 minutes.
Do you have the video running, Linda?
Oh, wait a minute. Was it not sharing?
No.
Oh God, thank you for letting me know. Cripes, sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Okay, is it on there now? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah, because I'll have to change videos and I guess I forgot to hit the share. Sorry about that. Okay, here we go. There you go.
Okay, so I went in and I got
You
some
got it
feet
now?
because as much as
Yep,
possible,
it's on,
I
we
want
can hear
you
it.
to understand that this mapping that I do is just based on basic things that I learned about the internal foot as I did many things, but in a dissection, just because you do a dissection doesn't mean you're going to find the true anatomy, because internal feet can be distorted. Now, I'm going to show you these here. Okay, so any dissections that I have done, not all of them, but some major ones, I made plaster casts out of so I could study them later. I also keep the foot either in a preserved state where the tissues are still viable, or even drying them out like this. See, now this foot is not skinned. Here, I'm going to show you the difference. I skinned this foot here. Now look at the difference in this. This is inside what's under the skin. This skin grows the hair. But the thing about it is, this is a front foot, this is a back foot. Notice the difference. Notice the difference in the shape. Back foot's more pointy. Okay, so, and more spade shaped that way. So we want the capsule to fit the foot in the toe. And so you have to learn to trim the toe down correctly to fit the back foot that's more spade shaped, but also to fit the front foot, which, as you notice, is not round or square. All right, so what I tell people is this skin grows the hair right here, right here. This skin grows the hair, but this skin here grows the hoof wall, connects the hoof wall, grows the sole, grows the frog, grows the periopal band, grows the capsule. Now, I wanted to have a capsule here. Just a minute here. Let me get my box of bones. Okay, so here's a capsule of a very contracted foot. No, this foot wasn't originally contracted, but I let this capsule dry out, and that's what it does. But you'll see horses that have feet like this. Okay, this capsule actually came off of this foot, and as you can see, it wasn't real contracted. But when the capsule dried out, the heel's contracted. But that happens in a real horse too. Why can that happen? Because the whole back of this foot is movable. Now this one isn't because it's dried and hard. Gotta sneeze again, wait a minute. Sorry. But it was slightly contracted because you can see her heels turn in. Her heels are also crushed because her heels were trimmed out for years. Okay, I'm trying to get this so I can see it. All right, see, get the area you can see in from the video. All right, so when I'm trimming the toe, there's a number of different ways to determine how much sole you have, but before you go determining about the sole, you need to understand the true anatomy of the sole, which is not like is taught in the vet and farrier magazines, come to find out. The true sole. I don't know if either one of these has it. This one has a little bit. The true sole, the very rim around here is convex. The sole corium starts up here and lips around, and it grows a convex ridge of sole. And then right about here is where it gets concave. So it will kind of grows its own shoe almost in sole. So it's got a convex ridge of sole. Now I want to know how that foot is shaped and how to shape that toe. When I did this dissection on this horse, I trimmed for 8 months. He didn't die because of me, but he got colic real bad. Anyway, I didn't know how to trim the toe at that time to make it shape the foot. See, you want to learn how to trim the toe to make it shape the foot. Now, if you'll notice, it's kind of squarish, and this side is high. That's because at that time, I was doing a trim where they believe that the horse bears weight on the toe quarters, which they call the pillars, and so you leave that kind of long so they can bear weight. But here's the thing, they don't bear weight there. What happens is the mistake that was made on studying wild horse feet is that the fact that this is a part of foot they turn the least over on. They turn this way, they turn that way, but this way here doesn't wear quite as much. That's why it gets longer. But that isn't because it makes it into necessarily a major weight-bearing area. What it can do, though, is pull the toe forward. It can pull the sole forward. If it gets too high and long, it can jam up into here. If at all possible, we would like to maintain the shape of the foot. The only time we don't totally maintain the actual shape of the foot in our trim is when we're doing corrective trimming to try and correct the capsule. Sometimes we may bring the toe back. Sometimes we may leave it longer to use as leverage in order to unbind the back of the foot, but that's a whole nother deal. But the reason I'm showing this now is because you want to know how to shape the capsule to the foot. Now, I just checked his foot. He's got 3.5 inches, and he's got sole. He hasn't got a stretched white line. He hasn't got a dished wall. And so let's just look at this. This was a little smaller horse than his, but let's just look at the length of this foot here. Just a minute. Let's look at the length of this foot. Let's see here. Okay, so his toes worn a little. His foot is 3.5. Nope, wait, get on there. 3.5 inches. Okay, so then how far is the internal foot here? I'm trying to keep in camera view here. How far is, here's your internal foot. Here's your coronary band. You got 3.5 inches here. How, from the top of the coronary band to the end of this foot, what do I have? I have 2.5. How about that? So what do I have here as far as sole depth? Okay, you can kind of see it there. Okay, I've got on sole ridge depth, I've got, 5, well, gosh, I can't even measure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7/8 of an inch of sole. Okay, so I'm measuring it right from here to here, almost 7/8 of an inch of sole, and so about an inch here. Now, so that means I could take down easy a whole 1/4 of an inch down off this toe here. So again, I just want you to look at that inner foot. God, I can't even get in front of the camera there. Okay. Now, do you get the principle of this? That you're trying to determine how much of that toe you want to take down. See, whenever you take a toe down, you naturally usually take it back if the dorsal wall is straight, like so. Okay? Now, if the dorsal wall is dished, meaning it doesn't just grow straight down, but it grows down, like say to about here, and then it starts to flare out and go like this. Okay? See that? Well, then your foot is going to be lower to the ground, usually. And so the measurement is different. You don't have as much to play with, meaning play with, trim off. You can't trim off as much. So the object is eventually you're going to want to get that dish out of that toe. So, so you have a straight dorsal wall like what you see here and what you see there. Now, this is the internal foot. Look, again, here, this is a rear foot. So the capsule should be shaped like the foot. And you notice that since this is a rear foot, that this capsule is more shaped like that foot. You don't want it round, you don't want it square. And if you don't know how to trim the toe quarters, you will wind up creating leverages on the foot that you shouldn't. And you will wind up not having a balanced foot. You will wind up leaving the toe quarter long. And then when you do that, it will force the hoof wall up like this and raise the hairline there. Let's see, let's look at our hairline here. See, our hairline was raised just a little bit here. It should have been more sloped down. Now, put this where you can see it. I'm going to get me a chair and sit down so I can look at this at the same time. Hold on. Okay. I hear my rear end hit that. Whoa. Okay, so this way I can look and see where I'm at. Okay, so now you see what you're dealing with when you're trimming these feet. But if you have separation in your dorsal wall, like it's like this and flared out, then your foot is closer to the ground. See, like let's say I have a 3.5 inch dorsal wall, but instead of being straight down, like you see this one, I wonder why this thing is showing me it's upside down. This stupid thing. Anyway, camera. Okay, so you see the dorsal wall is straight there. And so in some horses it's not. So what do I have here? I have 3.5. Well, that was on that other foot. Let's measure this foot. See how much it is. Okay, I don't have as much on this foot. See there? I have about 3.25. Well, let's put it all the way down. I have about, well, no, I have a little over 3. I have about 3.25 in my dorsal wall here. Okay, so let's measure the inner foot. How much is it to the end of the sole corium? 2.5 inches. How about that? That this is a rear foot. It's 2.5 inches. I hope this thing is clear and not recording blurry. What a pain that would be. But anyway. All right. Let's measure both of these. Again, what do I have here? I have longer. I have 3.5. 3.5. Get that down there. I have 3.5, and what do I have on the inner foot? To the end of the sole corium. Come here. No, no. Come here. Yeah, you can't come here. Go on, go on, go on. No, no. Okay, let me get this down here. Kind of hard doing this all by hand. Okay, that is 3.5 inches from the top of the coronary band to the end of the foot. And so I have a 3.5 inch wall. I have a, go on girl, go on. Okay, and I have a 3.5 inch wall, and I have a 2.5 inch inner foot. So that tells me how far my foot is off the ground. And on this horse, I can look and see how much sole I have now. Something you need to know about this horse is this is a horse I trimmed when I was still doing barefoot trimming and trimming the heels down back to the base of the frog continually. And so what happens there is as you trim the heels down, it sets all these horn tubules at an angle going more forward, and then it pulls the whole back of the foot down. Now I want you to look at the coronary band on this foot. This coronary band is not supposed to come back like this and curve down and under. All right, it's supposed to come straight back to here. And the heel buttress, this heel buttress would have been growing like this. Now that's not what the capsule looked like. Look what it looks like on the side of the capsule. The heel doesn't look that run forward or bad. Well, this is a false heel because the real heel's been pulled under the foot. And so so this coronary band here is pulled under, and the heel buttress that was growing here has pretty much been pulled under and shoved under the foot, and it would have grown the wall like that, but it's pulled under the foot and not growing anymore. It's been trimmed out. So anyway, just thought I'd throw that in there. Let's see. Okay, so now again, let's look at this foot, which was, okay, oh, well, this one here is 3.5. It was that other foot, I think, that was shorter. This is 3.5, and then the internal foot from the same height up here at the top of the coronary band, 2.5. 2.5. Now again, okay, a lot depends on whether your dorsal wall is attached to your foot or whether it's flared out and separated, things like that. That will lower the internal foot closer to the ground most of the time. And also, if you don't have a straight dorsal wall, if instead of going straight down, I should get this, I don't want to bend this one, but oh well, we'll do it anyway. Instead of growing straight down like that, see, it goes like this at the bottom. Okay, you see how that would lower this inner foot closer to the ground? See, if my wall is straight like that and firmly attached all the way to the bottom, the toe of my inner foot is higher off the ground, and I got more sole usually. Okay, but if my wall is flared and curved out like that, like it starts out, it's vertical, growing straight down, but then it gets horizontal and grows straight out. A lot of people have feet like that. They're hard to trim. Then you see how my foot is closer to the ground? Okay, so I wanted to show you this other foot here, just a minute here. Okay, to show you the difference. Look at the coronary band on this foot in the back, how it's pulled down, and the cartilage is pulled down and under the foot. This is what happens when you continually lower the heels. The heels, the whole back of this foot is meant to be fit by that capsule in a specific way. Okay, now look over here. See, you don't realize how much that coronary band should not be pulled down like that. Should be straight. Now, so this, you see what it was like on the inside. Let's look at this one. It's the same thing, because that's a back foot of the same horse. Okay, look at the coronary band here. See how it curves down? Like that? This piece right here is supposed to be straight. The part that grows the heel buttress right here, Okay, that's supposed to be sticking out like that. Like that. Now here's a foot that human didn't trim but maybe 3 times in his life, 8-year-old paint that finally had to be put down because he went blind. I want you to look at the coronary band on him. Okay, the coronary band on him is not pulled down. Now, I don't know if you can really see it, but it's straight, clear back to here. And then the heel buttress would have grown right in the back like this, like that. Wouldn't have been growing like that, because if you pull this coronary band down, well then, you know, the heel buttress grows from that. It's going to go like that. And what'll happen is you keep trimming the heels out. Look at the definition in this horse's heel right here. He's got definition. Now look at, let's see. This horse still had some definition because his heels were in the process of being trimmed out. But you see a little bit of definition to his foot right there. But eventually, if he'd have lived and I'd have kept trimming him, what happens is you pull all this down and it begins to crush the heel up in the foot. Okay, so this was my mare that I trimmed for 10 years with barefoot trimming, and I want you to see that she has no definition to her heel. That her heel right here is smashed almost flat. Let me see. Smashed flat. Let's get this up here. She got a little bit of height, but not much. She hasn't got any on this side, hardly at all. Here, let's look this way. And you can see, well, her heels were smashed forward. I'm looking here. I've never looked at it quite like this. Anyway, the back of her heel that should be sticking up like so is smashed forward. And so because this is all cartilage, and so so if you trim the heels out and all this is pulled in and forward like that, it will smash the cartilage of this heel flat. Okay, let me see here. Well, so again, let's look at one more feet. Again, these were the back feet. I guess it's the same back foot. Is it? Yes, it is. I guess I made two. But anyway, this is the back foot. Now I'm wondering. Maybe it's 2 different feet. I'm not sure. Nah, I think it was the same one. I made 2. This is before I knew how to pull a hoof capsule off. So I only pulled half of it off, and this is what I got. Okay, so let me see. How long is this wall? No, it is 2 different feet. Nope, it's the same foot. This is 3.5 inches. 3.5 inches with a 2.5 inch foot. Okay. Okay, so one more point I want to make is that when we do the mapping, so we want to measure the dorsal wall in the center so that we know about how much foot we can take down or mess with. Oh, gotta take a break. Okay, so I went in and I got some feet because as much as possible, I want you to understand that this
Are you muted, Linda?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I'll go on to the next video. And remember to share it. Stop. Wait a minute. Share. There we go. Okay.
Okay, so recording again. So the anatomically correct trim, TACT, is based on tactfully looking at the foot according to the anatomy that we have studied, that I have studied basically in the last 18 years, and trying to come up with some general markings that will help you stay in boundaries of where to trim your bars to, your toe to, you're trimming your frog, heel height, things like that. And so all of this is based on the inner foot here. Of course, one that isn't totally dried out like this. Okay, but I want you to see that, I have taken a lot of time to consider all of this and try and do things to where I could help the horse fit his capsule to his foot, since he can't wear it off himself. And so that's what all the TACT mapping is based on. Now, I just thought I'll show you this while I'm here. Usually this is all farriers look at, the bony column. Okay, I'm not really interested in the bony column, because this is what I figure. I figure if you can fit the capsule to the foot correctly, that the bony column is naturally going to be in alignment. So I'm frankly not going to worry about it. So that's all I'm trying to do, is fit the capsule to what I know a good foot is, and how the different parts of the capsule are supposed to fit that foot and support it. Now, almost 2/3 of this foot is soft cartilage and fat. It's got a coffin bone in about 1/3 of it. Now, there's also a short pastern bone sticking in there, but the rest of it is fat and cartilage covered with skin. And the biggest organ on the horse is the skin. This skin that continues onto the foot here is part of this skin that covers the whole horse. This skin grows hair. This skin grows the different parts of the capsule. And so you have to realize that this is a container. This is the first container for the internal parts of this foot. And so you have to take all this into consideration when you're thinking about hoof distortion or laminitis or what rotation is or anything like that. And so these feet are just like our feet. There's parts in there, but they're covered with skin. And so each horse, his feet are a specific size. And so because half of this foot is soft cartilage and fat, it can be distorted and contorted, and it can also, this whole back of the foot can almost be turned inside out, to where your foot might start out and it's this big, but all of this clear up to here, clear up into here, all of this cartilage can be pulled in and shoved into the foot that way, just like that. And then a smaller capsule developed to where you might start out with the foot, the foot is always going to be the same size, but you've just taken and you have developed a smaller capsule by the way that you have trimmed it, and it has taken all the soft tissue, and it can take this much of the foot clear up to where the coffin bone starts right here. See, all this would be cartilage. All of this back here is all part of the foot, and it would take this and it would wrap it around the back of the foot, and you could wind up with the capsule looking like a can, unless the toe let loose, the dorsal wall here let loose, and then that's when you get rotation. That's when you get this number going on. See? So I just want you to think about this. There's already something inside here, right? And so if I take this much of this foot and then I cram it inward like that, there's already something inside there. And really it's the digital cushion that's in there, plus you have the coffin bone attached to the navicular bone and the short pastern bone. And so if I take and I shove and cram and push and smash and push all this in here, what happens? Well, it's going to shove into the anatomy that's already in there. And what it's going to do is there's a joint right here, the coffin joint, okay? It's going to push into that joint, and it's going to push the joint forward, and then the joint, well, look at here. Here's my finger. If I push on that, see? So imagine that this is your coffin bone. This part is the end of my finger is the coffin bone. Here is the coffin joint. Here is the short pastern bone. Okay? So now I take something and let's say it can't be pushed forward, like I can't, can't go like this. I could push my finger forward and it would give like that. But it can't be pushed forward because, of course, it's got what? It's got the hoof capsule there. So then what happens when this coffin bone here gets forced, when the joint up here is being forced forward? Well, this happens. It bends like that. See, this would be the toe of your internal foot. That'd be this part right here. Okay, so it pushes that joint forward, and what happens to that toe? It forces that toe down, like that, down. What does that do? Well, it's forcing it down on the sole of the capsule. See, you got this sole here? What it's doing is, instead of the bone fitting in nice, well, I can't, it's hard to show that. Instead of the bone fitting in there nice and tight and snug, and there being no pressure and in weight-bearing equilibrium and unity with the capsule, well, now what you're doing is you're pushing this joint forward here, and it's making this coffin bone go down like that and forcing it against the sole. It's starting to force separation in the toe. And what it'll do is it will, let's see if I could try and explain. Okay, so it's going to force, let's put this way. Okay, let's see. Let's do it like this. Okay? It's going to force that joint forward, and it's going to force that toe down like that. Force that toe. And so what happens, because you're lowered the heels and it's taken all the anatomy of the back of the foot and shoved it into that joint, forcing it down like that. At the same time, since you've lowered the heels on this capsule, you set all the horn tubules at an angle going forward. And so what you've created in that foot is this kind of pressure. This kind of pressure. And so what'll happen is eventually it can create mechanical laminitis, to where there's whole separation. What you actually have is you're starting to get rotation. See? And that is all from, as you trimmed out the heels and it reduced the size of the capsule, and it crammed that capsule into or it crammed that foot, because the whole back of this is soft cartilage and fat. It crammed it and smashed it all together. Like a lot of times what happens, you're making a smaller capsule, and then a lot of times this part will round out and bulge out because you've made a smaller capsule. So, I mean, you can't make the foot smaller. It's got to go somewhere. And so it's either going to get pushed up into that coffin joint, which is going to rotate that. Well, here, look at this. Push it. See? Rotate the toe down like that. Okay, or it's gonna come out of the back of the capsule. It's gonna rotate up like that. That's so much pressure. That is mechanical laminitis from trimming. I call it trimming-induced mechanical laminitis. Okay, so with all this different understanding we got to have here. Now, another thing. Something that's vital is always finding the true apex of the frog. Okay, now the true apex of the frog, you got the apex of the frog. Let me see, which would be the best foot. Oh, okay, let's show you on this foot. Okay, so you have the apex of the frog, which is right here. But then you have the true apex of the frog, which is further back, which would be right about here, where the frog merges with the sole and where it's closer to the actual apex of the frog corium itself. So you actually got 3 apexes. You got the apex, the point, highest furthest point of the internal frog corium that grows the frog. And then you got a little bit of sole there, and then you got right here the true apex where the frog itself grows and is first connected to the sole. And then after the sole, after the frog grows for a while and it grows up and he walks and it gets smashed forward, then you got this apex here of overgrowth. And so that is what, and it, I want you to see how it grows over the sole. There. Okay, see it there? Starts here and then it grows here. So you want to keep it back here. So it's only growing above where the true, almost where the true apex of the frog corium is. Of course, frog corium only has one true apex, but anyway. Okay, so you want to keep that trimmed back so that it isn't laying over the sole and choking the sole out, because you want your sole to be thick, because otherwise what happens? Well, your sew tubules are supposed to stand up straight. Well, not quite straight, maybe a little tiny bit of an angle there, like that. And they only grow at the most to about an inch. A sole at its best, they grow to about an inch and then they die and should exfoliate. And so the straighter your tubules are, the straighter your tubules are, the thicker your sole will be. But if your sole tubules are laid over, then your sole's going to be thinner. See, if your sole's standing up like that, it's going to be thick. If it starts laying down like that, it's going to be thinner. So you want to make sure to keep that that apex of the frog back and not laying over the sole, so that it will keep pushing the foot forward, or keeping this, messing with the sole, and so the sole don't grow right there. But see, then there's all this other stuff about corrective trimming and how, because here's what happens. When all this foot gets pulled down and shoved forward, then it displaces the frog corium, and then the frog grows from that position and binds the foot there. So in TACT, we're doing a lot of corrective trimming from all the years we trimmed the heels out of our horses. And so we take the frog down way more so that the foot that has been forced down, like what you see here, can come back. Okay, hold on.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, so recording again. So,
Okay, on to the next video. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. Okay, where you at? Let's see. Which video was that? Hold on. Okay, that was number 3. Okay. I guess that was number 3. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, stop. Just a minute. Share. Okay.
okay, so we got our mapping tools here, a marker, a protractor, and our sewing gauge. Handy dandy hoof gauge. All right, so, okay, usually one of the things I like to do, don't necessarily have to do it, you can kind of mix and match this stuff around. There we go. Is I like to take and mark. First of all, I noticed that his apex has moved back. See, it's very grainy there, and it's pulled back. So that's a good thing, because this whole frog, we're wanting these bulbs to pull back and come up, and the whole frog to come out behind the foot. Okay, so I'm going to make a dot right there and a dot right there. And one thing I like to do, I like to draw a line right down the center as much as possible so I can see the two halves of the foot, because that way you can see how symmetrical your foot is. Another thing is, so I want to know where the center of the dorsal wall is, at least from here. So I'm going to draw a little line right there so that when I put the foot down, I can draw a line up the center of my dorsal wall and measure my dorsal wall. Okay, let's see here. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, so here's my line right here. Okay, and I would want to follow the horn tubule up. Well, it's right next to that black line there, that black stripe, right to there. And then, usually with my sewing gauge, I'm going to measure the length of the dorsal wall, which I already measured it, and it's 3.5 inches. Now, in some cases, I will I also want to find the toe quarters, because ideally, your hoof capsule should be almost 1/4 of an inch shorter when it comes to the toe quarter, because it should be longest in the very center of the foot, and then they gradually get shorter till they get to about 2.25 inches at the heel for the real foot. Okay, so another thing I'm going to do, so I'm going to go over here, try and go straight over here, and then try. It's not easy. I'm behind, but now I'm coming over here, and I'm going to try and go straight down here to find out maybe about where my true apex is, which, see, it's, you know, that's close. This is not precise. All right, so now I'm going to come over here and raise up the camera to right about there. And I just want to see if my mark is close to where I think the true apex is going to be when all is said and done. Now, in reading this foot, I see that the frog has already come back to about here. It was here at the last trim, and it on its own has moved back. The whole foot has shifted.
Okay, I want to explain something here. Now, you see this, just a minute, I'll annotate. You see this heel? How it goes in like that? Now, originally, I'm not going to show you the pictures now, but what happens is this will all get full of what looks like live hard sole, and you won't even know that your heel buttresses are actually pointing in clear like that. And that because it's all hidden. And then the bulbs here, they've all curled around into here like that. And your frog has been shoved way forward in the foot, and so it'll get shoved way forward. That's why when you're trimming your frogs and all of this is coming unwrapped and unrolled, this whole frog starts pulling back, and you will notice that your apex changes. Like literally the whole foot is unrolling from where you rolled it in when you were barefoot trimming, or even if you weren't barefoot trimming, just regular farrier trims, just taking the heels back to the base of the frog gradually trims the heel buttresses out. So anyway, so see that I know this is going on, and so this is where I'm going with this foot. Okay. And probably won't show it today, but maybe in the next meeting I'll show you how much of his bulbs have unwrapped and how much the foot has changed, and the heel buttresses and the curves have come out of the heels. And I can show you pictures where I thought I had a good foot and it was all false. Had thick, nice sole, looked like a good frog, looked great, but my cartilages were rounded out. And so I knew because the cartilages were so round up, my foot wasn't right. And I knew because when it would get really wet, my cartilages would extend. And then when it would dry out, they would round up again. And the whole purpose is this frog gets totally deformed, distorted, and shoved under the and into the foot. And anyway, I just wanted to point that out. Okay, let me undo this. So this is all headed toward correction. I know where I'm going, kinda. Pretty much. Let's see. Clear all drawings. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to go over here to where my line was, which is right here.
Okay, now see what I did when I drew that line on the edge of the foot, straight down, if you can manage to get there. If you were to get to the center of the hairline with the foot on the ground and go straight down from the center, you would find your true apex of the frog usually. So this is just another way to kind of determine where your true apex is. You know, you could measure wrong. You could get it too far forward or too far back. That's why you don't just do this and go, okay, that's where I'm going to cut it.
I've never gotten it straight on that, Linda, ever.
I
don't even do that anymore.
Okay. Well, yeah, it is difficult. Believe me, I know.
I just do it like you did in the original video 8 years ago, where you do the apex of the frog and then draw straight across, when you mark it. So it's straight on the center line and go straight across. That's the only way I could ever get it.
Okay. Maybe one of these days we'll figure out a better way to try and get that, Okay, so anyway, but that's what I'm doing there is I figured out another way to find the true apex to help me. Again, none of this is written in stone. Okay, this is all ballpark figures, as we call it. General, to help you, guide you some.
How about that? I mean, you don't get no perfecter than that. Okay, so you got your protractor. You want to draw a line here and a line here because you want to put these lines on the center line that you drew down. Okay, and then you want to try and keep that. A lot of times you make it a little bit lopsided. You'll find that once you take pictures and stuff, but you're trying to line these lines up with that line there. And so I'm going to draw a line across here. Oh my goodness, look there how much see now, I don't know if that's straight or not. Wait a minute. Oh, look at, anyway, it looks crooked up here. I don't know why. Just a minute. It might have been a little, well, I don't think it's too crooked. Maybe just a hair right there. Okay, so next thing I want to do, I want to look at my frog. I'm going to put a dot here, and I'm going to, now I would also investigate to find the true apex of my frog. Just because I put that line there doesn't mean I'm going to take my frog back to there, necessarily. I will know when I trim into this part here. Okay, so your frog, this part here shows you where your frog should be if it's trimmed relatively right. So I'm gonna just draw, see how it comes right back here to the collateral groove. Okay, now if my frog was over here, I would draw a line. Hey, quit. I would draw a line down like this, and if there's any frog over here pushing in the bar or anything like that, I would trim it off. Okay, so keep wanting to do a bar map. Okay, so I see there that my frog comes right to my collateral groove. That's right where I want it. Now I'm going to map my bars, and to do that, I come over to the opposite side here, right there, and I come up against the heel right here, and I draw a line like this, like that. Okay, right to the into the heel here. Now I'm going to come over this side. I'm going to put my protractor right here on the dot. I'm going to come up against my heel if I have heel. You may not have heel. And I'm going to draw a line right here. Now, something I've been noticing, now I'm a little off there, see that? But not too bad. Okay, now I'm going to let him put his foot down. Because he's wanting to, you know, they get tired of standing. It's like I get tired of bending over. Yeah. Oh, or the fly biting you. Here, I'll spray you. Here, hold on. Gotta put this over the camera so I can spray the horse. Nasty biters. Nasty biting, dirty, rotten things. I hate them. Yeah, poor boy. Okay. There we go. All right. Now next we're going to measure the heels. Okay, give me a foot. Okay, so next we're going to measure the heels. And what we're going to do is we're going to take on the heel there, we're going to draw a line straight down and then into the bulb right here, right up against the hairline. Right there. Here, let's put this back a little further. See that? Okay, we're going to do that on both heels. Hairline is right here. Okay, now we're going to get our handy dandy hoof gauge, sewing gauge. Where did I do with it? Just a minute. Because I want to know exactly how long those heels are. I've already measured them. They're 2 1/4 inches. Because on him, I'm wanting his heels high because I want the back of his foot up so he is not tempted to roll his heels in. It's trimming out the heels is what contracts and rolls heels in because their foot still wants to stand up here, and so then the foot pulls up and it'll take the sidewall and it'll pull it around
And
behind.
that's why for some people using wedge pads helps them straighten out their heels, because it lifts the foot up in the back. So because when the foot is pulled down, it wants to roll the heels in. You know, I don't know if you can picture it, but you imagine that inner foot stretching up, and as it stretches up, it rolls the hoof capsule heels in behind. Okay, where am I at?
Let's see here. Okay, so I'm just going to put this, like you just put this in here till you hit the hair right there, and then I'm going to roll it. I'm going to put my thumb there, I'm going to roll it, and this is telling, my goodness, this is telling me that I'm almost at 2 1/2 inches there. Now I'm going to put this here again, where you hit the hair, see, right there, and then I'm going to roll it up here, and this tells me that I've got 2 1/2 inch heels, which doesn't bother me a bit, because I've also got a 3 1/2 inch dorsal wall, and technically the heels are about 2/3 the length of the dorsal wall on a correct foot. Yeah, the hairline is that high.
Now, another thing is that when you're unrolling those heels, you remember we talked I talked earlier about how when the heels are being trimmed out and they're being pulled over the actual sole that was there, that it's covering up the sole and choking it out. Okay, so when you're unrolling these heels and opening up the back of the foot, you'll find that there's no hardly any sole in the back of the heels because it's been covered up for so long. Okay. And so what you're doing is you know that you're going to straighten out those heels, you're going to stand them up, and you're going to uncover that sole corium that hasn't been growing sole for a long time. And eventually that sole is going to fill in. And I have seen it do this. So I'm going to stage here where we're right at the back of the heels. And so as they're opening up, the sole is kind of concavish there, but what happens is when you get those heels unrolled and you get those heel buttresses standing up, the sole will fully grow into those heel platforms.
So his foot is not totally correct yet because the bulbs have to raise up and widen out, and the frog has to come up and behind and in back of the foot. Because just the exact opposite happens when the heels are worn out or trimmed out. That is, the heels are worn down, the back of the capsule comes down, pulls the foot down that wants to be set up in the air further. And so because the foot is made out of cartilage and fat and all this memory materials, it wants to come back up in the air, so it pulls back up in the air, and then it pulls the heels around and curls them in towards the frog. And eventually you can trim the whole heel buttress out and still look like you have heels because you have a false frog. Okay, so now what I find interesting here, I've got 2.5-inch heels almost, and my line for my bar comes right in to where, let's see if we met where that line comes in. So if I put this here, comes right at 2 inches. My line, nothing is a constant. I'm not saying this is a constant, but I find it very interesting. A lot of times this happens. I used to only let my heels go to 2 inches, but now I let them get longer because I want the back of the foot to uncurl. It has to do with structural mechanics. Okay, so right there where I drew a line for my bar is where my heel would come if it was 2 inches. Let's try this one here. Yep. Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, right here is 2 inches. Right to where my line is. Let me measure this again. Okay, remember you come in here right to where the hair is and you come over. Right there is 2 inches. Right there. And you see, that's pretty interesting. Again, there is no constant on these feet. Everything is subject to change. Everything. There is no one thing you can go by to trim a perfect foot and make it easy for you. You have to learn the anatomy. You have to understand the structure. You have to understand how these feet deform when you trim the heels down or the horse wears the heels down. That we can mimic deforming a foot that a horse can do on his own out in the wild is no miracle. Alrighty, now let's let his foot down for a minute. Oh yeah, rest that back foot. There you go. Now we're going to do the toe. We're going to get a general idea of where our toe. We know our frog is moved back. We know that this toe ultimately is going to move back and stand all the horn tubules up straighter. So what we do to take a toe back is take it down, because the foot grows, the capsule grows down and forward. So then when you reduce it, it goes up and back. Okay. Alrighty, let's see here. Okay, so let's just measure. Okay, give it here, give it here. Yep, keep moving. Just gotta keep moving over. Keep on moving. Alright, so here's where the apex was before. Right there to the white line. the white line is right here. And from where the foot was before, it's moved quite a bit. Here's where the apex was, so you can see the outline. It is exactly 1.5 inches to the white line, and then 2 to 2.5 beyond that with the wall, because he's got nice thick hoof walls. And the better your heels are, the better your sole get, the better, more placement, everything going into a place. You get more sole, you get better frog, you get better hoof wall quality, you name it. Okay, so, but now I know that really his true apex is going to wind up about here. I know I have 3.5 inches. I know he's got quite a sole ridge here. I know I can take at least 1/4 of an inch down. If I take all of this 1/4 of an inch down, it's going to bring that white line back this way. Okay, so that's where his toe was before, and this is where his true apex was, right here. But now I can see just from the frog itself that it's moved back to here, even if I hadn't put that line there. Okay, so we're going to measure up here to 1.5 inches, which is right here. Okay, so now we need our protractor. Is this thing still recording? Yes, it is. Okay, well, I got 4 more feet. If I screw up, I can still do them. All right. I'm doing this to try and help people. Again, I've been restoring this foot for a long time, so there's a lot of things this foot has that your foot might not have if your foot has had the heels trimmed out, including the amount of sole I get on this horse. Okay, and look, see, hard as a rock. Hard, nice, but the frog is flexible. See that? But sole, you can't even press that in. Hardly no give at all. That's good. Okay, so I'm gonna put this up here, and that's 2 inches right there. Now, let's see, what do I got here? That's 4. Okay, this is 1.5 inches right here. So I want to come right here, and of course there's my 1.5 inches. That's where I think my toe will wind up. Again, what am I doing? I'm lining this line up here with that line there and the line in the center of the toe so I can get a straight line. That's the object of this. Okay, now I'm also gonna line. Now your toe quarter is from here to here, around the deal here. Your toe is in the center. Your toe quarter goes from here to here, to where the quarter is. Where it starts to really turn, right there. So, I think that's interesting. I'm just going to make some marks. I want to see where that is on the outside of the foot. It's been a while since I did that. Okay. Okay, let's mark this too. So well, yeah, that's whatever that is. But anyway. Okay, so anyway, there's your general mapping right there.
Okay. Okay, next video. Get into the trim here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Make sure I'm doing the right video. Oh, yep, that's the right one. Okay. Back here. Let's see. Share. 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 Okay.
Okay, so I just wanted to show you. Now, remember, when I was mapping, I decided Well, first I got to tell you something about this foot. Now it may look kind of long and square, but that's because the quarters are notched. They were notched originally. Now they're just beveled, and you can see hoof wall is grown beyond it. But I had notches in them, so if your wall is this wide and then you notch it, it's going to make the toe look kind of maybe squarish or different. Okay, so I drew a line from here to here across where my toe should wind up. Not my toe, my white line should be about there when all is said and done. Around there. I'm not going to force it into a specific spot because you want to read the fit too as you go. Again, this is not cookie cutter. This is not precise. This is to get you in the ballpark area of where things are. Anyway, I just thought, well, I'll draw a line across that toe like that. And I thought, I want to see where those lines wind up over here. And I just thought it was interesting. Let me get you over here. Okay. Let's see. You can see, let's see if I can get you over there, that I got one here and one over there. And I measured it from here to here. And of course, I've got a little bevel there, but I've got 3.5 inch dorsal wall. And by the time it gets to here, it's 3 inches, which I thought was interesting. But again, that wall is kind of beveled, so it's probably more like 3 1/4. Because, as I said, why do we need to kind of measure that, know that, understand that, try and figure out how to trim this toe quarter so that it is shaped like the foot? Okay, and where am I at now? Doo-doo-doo-doo. I have misplaced my measuring tools. Okay, here we go. Okay, the handy dandy hoof gauge. Buy it at Walmart in the sewing section. Okay, so the longest part of your wall should be in the center of the dorsal wall. And then it gradually gets shorter as it comes over here. So when you get over here to the toe quarter, should be at least 1/2 inch shorter usually. So, because see, that's the longest right in the center. And look how the foot gets shorter.
Okay, I need to correct that. It should be at least 1/4 of an inch shorter. About 1/4 of an inch, not 1/2 inch. Okay? I don't know why I'm like screwing up on these measurements in this video. So I'm gonna make sure. By the time longest in the center here, like if this was 3.5 inches, by the time, because the horn tubules get gradually shorter as they go this way and go around the corner, by the time you get over here, you measure over here about 2 inches and then follow the horn tubule down. And then ideally, this should be about 1/4 of an inch shorter because of the shape of the foot. See, it's a way to help you get the foot trimmed to the shape of the foot. Okay, because you see how back when I was trimming this, you can see how these toe quarters were long, too long. See, ideally this should have been trimmed down so that it was kind of going with the growth ring, but you don't want to trim it down to a growth ring that has a rise in it, because you'll make your horse sore if you do that. Okay.
As it goes back towards the heel. So the length of the horn tubule should recede, and the growth rings should follow the shape of the inner foot. Okay. It's very important. It took me a long time to figure out how to trim those toe quarters so that they are shaped like the foot. Because if you let them get a little long and high, it's going to make the foot round or square, and plus it's going to put pressure on that wall, jamming it up into the coronary band. Because here's the deal. Now, probably don't on this foot, because as you see here, right here, that these I didn't trim at the time, right? The toe quarters. And so these were left high. And see how the wall jammed up there? You can see these growth rings, they come down like this, are pretty good. But then right here, you can see that it kind of goes up. And then if you look right at here, you'll see that instead of going slightly down, it jams up a little bit, because what happens is you leave that long and then the horse will level it out by pushing the wall up to try and level his foot out. And so then the coronary band will be also pushed up. And so on this foot, you see that the coronary band is pushed up when it should be just slightly lower, slightly lower. Okay. I don't know if I have a foot with a slightly lower one. I probably do up here. Let me show you. Just a second here. Maybe that foot. Well, kinda. This foot that the horse never got trimmed. Okay, now they can still, that area, it gets worn the least. This area of the toe quarter gets worn the least. They go forward, they roll over, but this isn't worn as much. And so let me see here. Well, even here, this one you can see goes down slightly, and this one is jammed up more on this side. But this was a self-trimming horse. We can do better than self-trim if we know what the true anatomy is. Okay, so now we're going to start the trim. And I could just come in there and just rasp the wall flat or do whatever. But kind of what I do like to do is I like to see how much sole ridge I have that is attached to the toe. And I kind of like to see how much exfoliatable sole I have. And so I'm just going to clean up the sole a little bit. And so we're going to start there. Okay, give it up. Okay, so, okay, get back a little. Okay, now what happens is, there really is a convex sole ridge under here. But since the sole is attached to the wall and the wall grows down, the very edge of the sole attaches to the wall and pulls out with it, and so it makes it look concave when it is really convex. So what I'm going to do is I just want to come up here and just right up to the very edge. You see there? Now, you're going to see a little red here because his toes got a little long. It's been a while since he's been trimmed, 5 weeks, something like that. And now you can really see the sole ridge here that has been pulled out as the wall has grown. Because again, I got a 3.5, I'm remembering here, I have a 3.5 inch dorsal wall, and the sole is attached right to the edge of the wall right here, and I've got a little ridge I can see going up there. There's more sole there than that because the bowl convex part of my sole is full, because he's got good heels coming in, so he has good sole. Okay, I'm just going to let his foot down for a second. Hey, good boy. He's a very good boy. Yeah. Okay, now you're going to have to give it to me again. Come on. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to come up here. I'm right up against the wall. See, I could come up in here and take even off some wall. Nice thing about it is, though, it's been really wet here, you know, so I'm able to do that. But, okay, so you can see his white line here. There's a little red in it because his toe is long, gets stretched forward. And so, you know, there's a little pressure on the toe. What I want to do, I want to come up in here. I want to come right up in against the wall and clean out that white line. See there? Okay. Uh-oh. I'm trying to keep it low, so I'm just taking a little slice, see? Just thin slices up against the wall. There we go. Try and keep it level. Just taking a thin slice. Here. Ah, hard to get in there. See how nice sole I got wanting to exfoliate there? Okay, so now I want the toe, I want to deal with this extra chunk of sole in the toe, and I want to take out down at least 1/4 of an inch. Now see, the toe is too long. That's why you're seeing the blood that has leached down from the stretched toe, or from the long toe and the leverage on the toe. Not being trimmed well. Now I'm just taking this down flat. Now, another way you can tell my toe is getting long, forward. See the forward grown toe. See this whole toe in.
Notice how that trimmed right out. A lot of times you'll go into a toe like this because his wall was long. So that puts pressure on the lamina up in there. And so it'll bleed microscopically. And because the white line is very porous, it will leach down down to the lowest level. And so that's why then once I just did a couple more swipes, it's practically gone. You see that? So that's why you don't want to get freaked out when you go to, you know, investigate and clean this toe up and you see a little bit of blood like that. And most people, they'll just quit right there, and I would have too at one time. But I have learned that a couple more swipes or whatever, and it's gone because it came from higher up. Okay.
Linda,
Yeah.
what is the black crumbly stuff that you were getting down to there? Just
Probably
inside the white line.
just dirt and stuff that gets in the white line because his toe's been a little long, and so dirt gets in there, and mold, I guess. I don't know. It's mold. Whatever the black stuff is, but you see how it's leaving?
Mhm.
Okay. So it's the same thing. The toe stretches a little bit, and so you're going to get dirt up there and moisture and stuff like that. So, I don't know, bacteria, thrush, yeast type stuff, something like that.
Wall will come back further and stand up straighter. The whole foot will shift. And so, here, we're going to lay him down. And,
I will
oh,
point
and
out
wall
something
will-
else though. Okay, do you see this little half circle here? Right there?
Uh-huh.
Was you talking about that area or another
Oh,
area?
just a little bit to the right of that and in right at the tip of your pointer and in that stuff right there.
Oh, okay. That's just how moisture and that black stuff that can grow on your foot. It's been wet. But when I did this, it'd been really wet and stuff. But what I wanted to point out here was this little half circle here, about the size of a half dime. See, when I was barefoot trimming, I went through this deal several years in where every single foot had this little divot here. And there would be a black dot. Well, actually, the white line itself, like you see how the white line goes like this. Let me show you here just a minute here. Okay, so just a second. Okay. So, here's the white line. Okay. But at that time, the white line started doing this number. It would come down here and then it would go like this. And then there would be a black dot right there. And every time I trim, I'd take it out and it would come back constantly. And and it was in every foot. And so I started thinking, oh my goodness, maybe he's got keratomas or something like that. I even called that one real famous Rudin Riddle. And I can't remember. I even got to talk to one of them doctors and told him what was going on. And because I was afraid it was keratomas. And he said he didn't think it was keratomas. So I was a little comforted by that. Well, when I quit trimming the heels out, they started going away. And they, like, here, you can just see a little remnant of it. See it right here? Just a minute. Let me get you can just, but the white line don't go there. I mean, the white line goes here now, but you can see the little circle there. See how it was? Well, okay, how I was explaining earlier how when that anatomy gets shoved forward in the foot and pushes into the coffin joint, and how it bends that coffin bone down and presses the center of the toe back against the sole. That's what that was. That's where you get your crinas, because that's what it was. It was a developing crina in all four toes. See? So I just thought that was interesting. And I mean, no matter how many times I dig out that black dot and straighten everything out, it would just keep coming back until I quit trimming the heels out and took the pressure off that coffin joint, which took the pressure off the toe from forcing it back and down against the sole. Okay. Let's see.
Come back further and stand up straighter. The whole foot will shift. And so, here, we're going to lay him down. And the whole foot shifts. Everything moves. The whole inner foot is moving back into its correct anatomically position, because we're taking off enough here and there and leaving enough in other places that the inner foot can move a little bit and then start growing the hoof capsule from a different spot. Okay, give it here again. Okay, so again, I'm coming right up into that wall there. Now, of course, if your feet are hard and dry, good luck. Okay, so I don't want a ridge. Now you see the sole ridge. What you saw before was the excess of the sole ridge that had been pulled with the ever-growing wall forward. You see how the sole gets pulled with the wall as it grows? And so, I didn't want to quite take off that much. Wait a minute. It's hard to go that direction. I don't want there to be a sharp ridge here. Just a minute here.
Now I need to note too that this is what we're developing, is this convex sole ridge. Now I need to well, I'll let this go, and I'm going to find a picture that shows you what the true anatomy of the sole is, because you have a convex ridge about the width of a horseshoe. Well, when you combine the width of the wall and the width of the convex sole ridge, it is the width of a regular horseshoe. So I'll show you some pictures of that, So you notice here, now I've got a flat area where I have exposed the convex sole ridge, but then it's concave right when you get about here. Because the true shape of the sole is, let me get, is this. You have a convex sole ridge here, and then it gets concave here, like that. And so this is that convex sole ridge. And so when you're shaping it, when you're learning how to manage that sole and stuff, and you do what I just did here, well, then it's going to leave you a little sharp edge right here. So I'll just come in there and just barely trim that off so it's rounded instead of sharp and then down like this. I will kind of take that sharp edge off so that it's rounded like so. So again, the sole is crescentric. It is concave here, but it is convex here. And so one of the big major errors in that came out of the first vet schools was that the sole is only concave and that you must make the horse bear the weight on the wall to transfer it up into the lamina. And they teach that the horse bears the weight on the sides of his foot on those sensitive tissues. And so this was an error that crept into the first vet schools back in the 1700s. And so what do they have farriers do? They have them trim this convex sole ridge out to make the whole foot look concave, and then that weakens the whole foot. And eventually, they're transferring all the weight to the lamina. Well, where do you think laminitis can come from? If you're doing that, if you're forcing the horse to bear the weight on those little sensitive tissues on the side of the foot, but it might take a long time coming because you're also holding it together with iron and nails. And I'm not against shoes. Okay, not at all. I'm uh concerned about the teachings that came out of the vet schools, and I can explain to you exactly how those happened and why. And so they're still believing things that errors that were made in the first vet schools is what's going on. So what we're building here is we're building this nice big thick convex sole ridge. We're building the horse's natural shoe back to him is what's happening here. As you restore the heels, and the placement of all the parts, the frog, everything like that, it will start to grow this wonderful sole. Like when I did this video, it had been raining for 2 weeks, but you see how hard his feet are? You know, like you saw me push on this. It doesn't budge. And yet his frog is nice and flexible. That's the way the frog is supposed to be, because the heels, which still need some work, there's some stuff going on there, are giving the frog enough room to grow and be healthy. I hardly ever use any thrush stuff, and it can rain for 3 weeks here, and I never have any deep thrush. Okay, let's see here. How do I undo this? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to take this toe pillar down here. Now, if you were to look at the foot, you'd think it was flat. But the truth is, there's a big fat sole ridge here, and then the bowl of the sole, the concave part of the coffin bone and sole is full of sole. So here, I'm going to come clear up into that wall. All right. Now you see the shape of the foot there?
See, it's not round and it's not square.
I'm looking at the shape because I know it's not supposed to be round. So now I've got a pretty oval shaped sole there. Yeah, you and me both, buddy. Now, of course, I have misplaced my nippers because I would just nip off that toe wall there. Trying to remember what I did with that, with my nippers. Let's see.
I spend most of my time looking for stuff.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna end this video here and go find my nippers. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'll just rasp it. Maybe I'll just rasp that toe off. That's a lot to rasp. I've got, let's see here. Okay, let's see how much wall do we have there that we can take down. Come here. Peek it up, babe. Okay, I'd say I've got 1, 2, 3/8 of an inch that I can take down. 1, 2, 3. 3/8 of an inch that I can take down there. So I can do that with the rasp. So I guess I'll just do that. Where is my rasp? Okay, give it here. Would have been easier to nip it off, but I don't feel like going and finding my nippers. Okay, so I'm not gonna do this. I want to take this wall down flat. As much as possible, I'm gonna leave this rasp flat, but I don't want to hit this heel over here either. Till I get right down. Well, let's see. Let's do this. Hold on. You're gonna be amazed at how thick his walls are. Yes, sir. Let's do this. I'm gonna mark the sole so that you can tell when I hit the sole. Okay, so the sole is right here. Okay, that's where the sole is. Yeah, it would have been way easier to nip this, but that's okay. Okay, I'm gonna put my knee up here. Let the rasp do the work. Don't go like this. Oops, and don't do that. Yeah, I said not to do that, didn't I? Okay. Now the whole wall would be that wide if I hadn't taken notches out of the quarters last trim. So I'm still not level quite with the sole yet, but pretty darn close. Okay, there. Hit the sole. See where it came off? See there? Now let's do this part. There we go. Now my wall is level with my sole. And I've got a big, thick, hard sole. So now I'm going to put it down and measure my dorsal wall and see exactly how much we took off there. Are we still recording? Yes, we are. Praise the Lord. Okay. took off exactly 1/4 of an inch. Exactly. So now he's got a 3 1/4 inch dorsal wall. And see, I could even take down more toe if I want. I could take down almost, I could take down a fourth more of an inch if I wanted to really stand him up. See? So that was great. Okay, let's look at the bottom of the foot again. Now let's remap. Let's remap and see where we're at. Okay, come here. Here we go. Okay, how is it that we just keep moving around? I just don't even know how that happens. Okay, so we're gonna remap. We're gonna draw our line down the center. Here's where we think our true apex is gonna wind up. And I guess now I don't even look like I'm on the center. Okay, should have been over here a little more, but oh well. Okay, and now we're gonna measure from there up to where the white line should be. Now look how much closer the white line is from where we started, because we took down 1/4 of an inch and this whole foot moved back about 1/4 of an inch. And all we were taking off was all the excess sole. So let's do that again. Okay, so right here is, right about there is, now let's, so now if I put a mark here, I'm gonna see where it changes. Okay, now see what I'm gonna do. Let's see, let's get this way down here and move this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find out where was my mark. Well, it's in the same spot, which is interesting. My mark is in the same exact spot, even though I took that back. That's interesting. So here is my toe quarter, right in here. And let's see, how long is it now? It's 3 inches. 3 inches to here. And this is about 3 and, let's see, what would that be? 3 1/4. 3 1/4 in the center, 3 inches in the sides of the toe.
So you see what I was saying earlier about, it'll be about, now I've shaped the toe so that it's shaped, I know what the internal foot is shaped like, right? So I'm going on that, as well as the fact that now this is about 1/4 inch shorter. Because if you leave it longer, it's going to make your toe, you're going to leave this area high, and it's going to make your toe square or round. Also, it'll be prone to jam up and to flare because you've left it high, because it's not the shape of the foot. And so, you know, we're using measurements as well as our understanding of what the foot is shaped like, that it's not round, that it's more oval or spady shaped. Even actually they're shaped way more like the back feet than what you think. You know, well, I don't know if I can say that. I can say they're way more oval than what we're usually seeing on these horses. Okay. Okay, that video's done. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, share, just a second here. Share there. Okay.
Okay, So now I thought, well, what do I want to do next? A lot of times I will clean up the frog first, but this time I didn't. So we're just gonna kind of mess with the frog here and kind of clean it up. Okay, come here. We'll give it here. Okay, let's get this over here. So you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so there's nothing to take. I mean, there's so much sole here. Here, I'll show you. And it's all hard, thick sole too. Wow. Wow. So, see that sole under there? Where the frog was, right there, it is now back to here. Wow. Let's see where it is exactly. I'm gonna clean that up out of the collateral groove. You know, this horse's feet have been wet for 2 weeks, and they're hard as rock. Because when the foot is correct, moisture is the best thing for it. Now, I want to clean out alongside the frog here. Sorry you can't see that exactly. See, he's got a ton of sole. I'm gonna clear back to here. He's got a lot of sole in the bowl. Again, you see here, that's convex ridge. Then it gets concave here, and that is full of sole. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. So, I don't want him to have super thick soles because then the foot can't move. So I'm going to clean up the foot. Now, of course, this is a crappy knife for frogs. So, but while I'm here, quit now, quit. I'm going to take just a little bar off here. I don't want a lump there. So, I want it clean along in those collateral grooves alongside that frog, right there. Okay, so that's kind of where I'm at. Let's try this. See, just barely under that, you got clean, fresh frog. See there? Healthy, good, clean, fresh frog. Just peeling it like a thin apple. Okay. Okay, let's rest. You rest, okay? Yeah, you rest. So I'm doing all this standing up. Usually I do it sitting down. But for the video, I'm doing it standing up. Okay. Okay, come on. Sorry. Sorry. Give me here. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm just gonna see that? Very thin. I don't know if you can see that. Very thin, just taking off thin layer. Now hold still, not quit. Quit. Okay. See, I just barely took off some and I'm down to clean, fresh, live, good frog. So this is good. Okay, I wonder if I can take out some of this or if I'm gonna have to do it with the Now there's no central sulcus. People go, hmm? Yeah, it's not supposed to be up here. It's supposed to be back here between the bulbs and in the back of the foot. That's where the frog stay is. But when the foot gets deformed and distorted, then this sulcus here and the frog stay gets shoved up here. And so they called it a central sulcus because they didn't know that it was actually a distortion. Oh, we got a little bit of blood there. I wonder why. Maybe he stepped on a rock or something. I don't know. And so there, I got my frog cleaned up, but I'm going to finish it off. I wish this thing was level. Nice, fresh frog. He might have a little bit of a bruise right there. Okay, let's put it. Okay, now I'm going to get my respirator on, and I'm going to use my Proxon to clean up the sole and the collateral grooves and the frog. So I'll do that here in the next part of the video. Let me turn this off.
Okay, next one. Let's see. Okay. Now I gotta figure out. Oh, okay, I found it. Just a minute.
Now I'm going to clean up with my Proxon. You really need this trim to detail these feet, because you're basically giving your horse a manicure. Okay, come on, pick it up. Okay. See all the exfoliatable sole in the bone of the shoulder? Now, you will see some bruising on occasion because everything is moving. But you don't know it, but a lot of times this stuff is there. You just don't see it because you never clean up the sole. See, that is all exfoliatable. But it's hard sole.
Now, I don't know if you heard what I said there, but like again, people see red and they start freaking out. What you don't realize is that everything's moving in these feet. This horse has a ton of sole, and any of this bruising has come from either his feet being too long and he's gone too long without a trim. But here's the thing. These people never clean out the sole, so they never see anything like that. And you're going to see it in all these horses. If you clean up the sole. And when you really see it is when you're trimming the heels out and everything's being crunched into a smaller container, but they never clean up the sole enough to see that. Okay, so the reason you are seeing the red in the sole is because the frog moved. The frog corium is attached to the sole corium, and so it will pull on the sole and you will get what looks like bruising. But what it is the foot moving back into place. Okay. This is variable speed, by the way. Okay. I don't know what it is about when you use a grinder, it just attracts flies. It's like they think there's a swarm of flies there. Oh, there's something to eat. I may have to sit my rearing down a bucket. 68 years old, what do you expect? Don't let that sound fool you. I'm light as a feather. Luke, I am your father. Yeah, I got this respirator on. Okay. Okay. Yeah, see?
gotta get that off the camera. Okay, give it here. Now I want to get, God, gotta take this thing off for a minute. I want to get clear it back into here. See, clear it back into the back of the foot there. Well, God, if you can see that. Okay, I'll take pictures. Okay, put my respirator back on. Nasty things. Better than dying of cancer from foot dust. So I'll take my finger and feel like that's hard, that's hard.
Now, I want to remind you that the reason that we, in corrective trimming, that you take off more frog than you would if the foot was already where it's supposed to be, is because I showed you how when the heels are trimmed out and the whole coronary band and back of the foot is pulled down, that it shoves the frog down, under, and forward in the foot. So the frog corium is deformed and being forced into a place it is not supposed to be. So the only way that you can get all that anatomy to come back into place, because see, it's pulling in that direction anyway. Now, you saw when I started out that my frog apex was the old frog apex. Like I could take you back several trims, and the old frog apex was clear to here. That's because all of this has been shoved down, and the frog that was up here was shoved down under the foot and shoved forward. And so then the frog grows. And a lot of times what happens on these horses, especially because they teach, oh, don't trim the frog, just trim off little flakes or little flaps, so what happens is then you have an old dead frog holding all that anatomy in a distorted, deformed position. Like something I found out, like I would restore the heel and get good heel grown, but then the foot wasn't going anywhere. That's because each heel is independent here, and then the center of the foot here is independent too. So you could restore two heels, or you could have two totally different heels. You could have one bulb that's down and heel that's run forward, and one that's high up. And then you could have this whole frog. You could have almost perfectly restored heels, but if you never trimmed this frog or got it straightened around to where the whole internal frog that grows the frog moved back into place, then your foot is still going to be distorted and it's still not going to be functioning correctly. As well, it's not going to let the heels release like they should. Okay, let me undo that. Yeah, I'd say the foot is like a Rubik's Cube. These parts are all independent. Okay, let's see. So I want my frog very pliable so that the internal corium that grows it can pull back some with each trim. You know, it's like if I shove my nose over to the side of my face, what does my nose want to do? My nose wants to go back to where it's supposed to. And that is the same thing that's going on in this foot.
I'm starting to see a little flesh color in there. That means that close to that layer there, the innermost layer. I want that frog impact back as far as I can get it.
And I don't want my frog apex holding the whole frog forward either.
Let me rest a second. I hope I didn't blur that thing up. Let's see. Do I have anything I can clean it with? There we go. You're sure a good boy, Valerie. You're sure a good dog. Good dog. You're sure a good boy. Okay. Okay, so I want to get back between here as much as possible, get that carry over between the.
Oh, something happened. Hold on. Just a second. Where did the video go? Hold on there. I'll find it again. Where'd it go? Just a second. Having a few technical difficulties here. Hold on. Well, it's here somewhere. Just a second. Okay, I think I found it. Just a second here. Okay, where's the zoom here? Okay.
Here's it.
So at every trim, I will exfoliate. If you don't have much sole, it still does you good to sand that sole down.
Well, you should wear
Because-
eye protection too, by the way.
because that activates the horn tubules and tells them to grow. Even if you have thin sole, not even if you just took sandpaper and just barely burnish those horn tubules, that's sending them the signal that they're being worn and they need to grow. Many years ago, I went when they had the first BLM adoption down here in Girard, Kansas. I went there, I talked to this BLM guy, and he said that when they bring those horses in, their feet grow like crazy. And so they wait about 6 months until their feet slow down growth before they have somebody come in and trim them. What's that tells you? And that tells you that the more they wear, the more they grow. And I found this out on my own horse as well when I kept these boots on him one time because I wanted to keep his feet moist. And they were those easy boots, and they have this dial looking thing on the front. And it was too tight right up close to the coronary band. And so it caused this weird divot up by the coronary band. Well, since I believed that the more you burnish those horn tubules, I just would go out there like every other day and just lightly sand them. And I grew his whole hoof capsule out in 7 months, the dorsal wall. So grew that deformity dent that I put in his hoof right out.
So, okay, look at this. That's good and soft. Still this piece over here is dead.
So I want,
Okay.
when I'm wanting that frog to move, I'm keeping it pliable so that the frog aquarium can move and then grow frog from a different location.
Oh, that's really hard right there. We gotta take that down.
Okay.
Getting softer.
And you'll be surprised at how fast your frogs grow and how healthy they get. So,
Oh, big.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
The real frog is this frog here. This frog here gets pushed. The real frog is this frog here. This frog here gets pushed forward. Gets pushed forward. And the whole back of the foot gets pushed forward. Frog gets pushed forward. Sometimes bent way up into the foot. And then the frog grows from that position and it binds and holds the foot there. So we're releasing the whole back of the foot so that, like you see on this, you see that the coronary band is pulled down and under. Not supposed to be there. This part here is supposed to be up here. So of course it's attached to the frog.
Now,
So what is
you need to realize that, like this horse, okay, I've been restoring his feet from 8 years of barefoot trimming. And I didn't realize that his frog was pulled clear down under his foot. Now this video is, I can't remember. It's a while back when I made this. So everything that I did here, I'm now seeing the fruit of that because I've seen the whole frog move back to where it's supposed to be. Because in reality, this part of the frog that's clear up under here, okay, these bulbs are supposed to way unwind and widen up, this coronary band straighten up and pull the whole base of this frog back up and be between the bulbs and almost behind the foot.
does it do when it's being pulled down and under? It's pushing that frog forward. And you can see here that these heels are, it's hard to hold this up here, but see how those heels, see how the coronary band comes down around like that? See, not supposed to be like that. And these cartilages are bent down like this. They're supposed to be up. So it bends these cartilages down like that and in like that. And it just wraps the back of this foot up into a smaller capsule that develops as you continue to trim the heels down. And because the horse makes false heels out of the sidewall, see, the horse's foot really wants to stand up, and so then you lower it. Well, the internal foot, it's going to stand up and it's going to pull these heels up, and when it does, it curls them around like that, and it takes this cartilage. You can see that this cartilage is rounded anyway. Well, I don't know if you can see what I'm doing there, And so it just rounds everything and just curls it up and folds it into the foot while it makes a smaller hoof capsule, and it deforms the whole back of the foot, and the hoof capsule as well. And so what we're doing is we're trimming, we're trying to trim down all of the hoof capsule in certain places so that this inner foot can move back. And then when this moves back some, it will grow the back of the frog and the bulbs, and it'll grow the hoof capsule from a different position, closer to where it's supposed to be. And so this is just back and forth, trim it, release it, trim it, release it. It grows from a different position, see? And so what it is this frog here will come back and come through the back of the foot and support the whole back of the foot. I know you can't see that very good. Okay. All right, well,
Okay,
okay.
so let me see. What else I got here? Did I do here? Which I do believe I show you how to bevel the dorsal wall. And now you have to take into consideration where you're keeping your horse when you do these corrective trims to get stuff moving. In my case, I'm on a half an acre sod soft pasture, and it is raining. It's been wet. It's soft. So I know I can take off more. See, usually when it's raining and it's wet, that's when I really like to do corrective work, because the ground is very soft and it's moist, and when the feet are moist, that's when things move the most. And so and my horse is never sore. Never. But also, I'm not running him down a gravel road. You understand? So, whether you need protection at that time or boots or whatever, you have to make that decision, because the main thing is that no matter what you do, the horse stays comfortable, because we're not going to get into that thing where, oh, well, no pain, no gain, because that is the barefoot mantra. They don't say it out loud. All right. But we've all been there, where the horse got trimmed and he was sore afterwards. In fact, a lot of these horses, they're sore after every single trim. And yeah, that's common, but they don't talk about it very much. See? But there are some groups that think that's necessary. That's necessary. I don't believe that. I don't think so. And what I've seen is that the more you restore the heels, the more the parts of the foot can go back to where they're supposed to be, because they're being forced into a position they were never meant to be in. And as I showed you earlier, you can see where the bars bend right up into the soft, tender parts of the foot. So the more you grow heels, this is about gradual restoration. You're going to have to grow in heel. If you don't have any, you're going to have to enlarge the hoof capsule so the foot has something to release into. See, so this takes a good amount of study, because just like everything I did here on my horse isn't necessarily what you might do on your horse at a specific time. But as you learn the basic mapping, and because this is a major corrective trim that I am doing, I am specifically taking the frog down. So because I want the whole frog aquarium to move. And so there are other times when I won't do any of that. Like let's see, in the last 2 months, I've just let him get his foot fully established and just grow. So it's as you learn the anatomy and as you learn these corrective trimming principles, as you learn to read the horn tubules and learn how the basic structure of the hoof capsule is, then with each trim, you have to make decisions on where your foot is and where you're going to go. So let me see what else I got here. Hold on. I can't even believe it's 11 o'clock here. It's blowing my mind. But anyway.
Not only yours.
Let's see.
Okay, so I'm just gonna barely.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, relax there, dude. Rub that in. Now, what this is, okay, now it's not soft right there, it's just a tiny. So I'm just gonna take back.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the end of this video of rasping down the outer wall, if I can get this video to come up, to bevel the wall to the water line. If I can get this video to come up, I'm having a little bit of trouble with it. Just a second. Oh, wait a minute. Having some technical difficulties here, so hold on.
Okay, so would want to put a boot on, because again,
Okay, let's see. Sorry about this, just a minute.
there we go. Okay.
How to do. Where are you? Just a second.
Okay, so I just want to share, so I'm not going to take any heel down right now. And I might.
I just can't seem to get this other video to work.
All right, well, thanks for watching.
Okay, I think I got to the end here. Here you go. So you can see what I wind up with at the end. And again, this is a specific corrective trim. This is not a maintenance trim. This is done for a specific, this particular trim, this time is done for a specific reason. And that is to get this whole frog corium to move back to where it's supposed to be. And I can't even remember kind of when I did this. It's been a number of months ago. So hold on here. Okay. Why am I having such a hard time getting this thing to work? Just a second. Come on. Oh, okay. Finally figured it out. All right.
Give it here, give it here, give it here. Now I'm looking at these two sides of the foot here. Okay, so now the heels are the same, but this side was higher. See how the toe is shaping? Quit. Okay, I want to bevel up a little more here.
Fast forward.
Quit. I don't want that sharp edge. With that frog, you'll be surprised how much frog grows. They're probably that foot move and adjust. Okay. That's pretty close to it.
Now, you'll be surprised at how fast the frog will grow, how fast the frog will move, how healthy the frog will get. Like I said, I never have thrush. So I'll show you some pictures of like a weekend from this. So just to hold on here. Let's see here. Okay. Start here. Share. Okay, so this is a week or two later. See how his bars grew in better? See how the sole filled out in the heels once everything got opened up and uncovered from when the heels had grown over the sole. Now, people go, well, what about the run forward heels? Well, your heels have been crushed forward. So you gradually, as you straighten up the frog, this is what happens. As you correct the frog here, and the frog moves back into place, it pushes up the back of the foot, which pushes the heels back into place so that the heels can actually grow down the way they're supposed to. Because as long as your heels are crushed forward, as long as the heels are crushed forward, that's the way they're going to grow. See? So this is all about getting all the internal anatomy back into place. Okay, so that's pretty much all I got for today. So that's pretty much what his foot looks like now. Anyway. All right. So anyway, thanks for attending. And I'm gonna start having these hoof chats. I asked Google what would be a good time for everybody for in Europe and in America. And he said, look at that, we think they're human. It said, so you don't think I'm nuts. He said you should do it like this. It said like 11:30 on Saturdays. So I'll either do it at 11:30 on a weekday or 11:30 on Saturday. That way it's not too late for or early for Europe or for people in America. So, all right. Well, I'm going to sign off here. And I hope this helped you understand some about this form of corrective trimming. And I'll be doing some more on just regular maintenance trimming as well. Okay, guys, so signing out here. And we'll be talking to you.
Have a good day.
Hey, you too.